finding a fresh start, and by doing so, they have also been enriching Florida's cultural, political, and economic landscape. Let's see how some Puerto Ricans contribute to the growth and strength of the Sunshine State.
I'm providing culturally
Have come together for the annual Puerto Rico Day to engage, advocate, and be the united voice of the 1.1 million Puerto Ricans that call Florida home. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day 2021. Bienvenidos. In recent years, Puerto Ricans have flocked to Florida in hopes of finding a fresh start, and by doing so, they have also been enriching Florida's cultural, political, and economic landscape. Let's see how some Puerto Ricans contribute to the growth and strength of the Sunshine State.
I'm providing culturally competent care because it matters and saves lives.
I'm running a business and creating jobs every day.
I'm educating the next generation and our future leaders.
I'm feeding America in a time of crisis.
I am helping my employer with my expertise and bilingual skills.
I'm helping those in need rebuild their lives and reach their full potential.
I'm keeping our traditions alive.
I'm voting as soon as I can for candidates that care about my concerns and needs as a U.S. citizen. And hey, I might even run for office someday.
Let it be known, the Puerto Rican community in Florida
Good morning. My name is Maruchi Guzman. I'm the Executive Director of Latina Leadership, a nonprofit organization serving Central Florida. Thank you for joining our panel discussion today on housing legislative priorities of the virtual Puerto Rico Day in the Capitol. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this important discussion and to this portion of the agenda. If you have questions, we appreciate it if you can send it through the chat. We're super limited on time today, but please help me welcome our three panelists. We have Senator Victor Torres, who proudly served in the United States Marine Corps. He currently serves as State Senate District Senator in District 15. And we have Maria Reyes, born in Puerto Rico and raised in Madrid. She's currently the Florida State Director for CHISPA. She has a background in global, national, state, and local organizing, and is a strong believer in the empowerment of communities of color and equality for Puerto Ricans on the island and in Florida. We also have Cody Glacier, the legal director of the Florida Housing Coalition. Cody is an expert on inclusionary housing policy, community land trust, fair housing, land use, environment law, and laws it relates to housing. As legal director, he has the lead role in the coalition's advocacy efforts at all levels of government, and has expertise in drafting state legislation and local housing ordinances and policy. We are grateful to our panelists for taking time to lend their expertise and to discuss this important priority for the Puerto Rican community. So we'll start talking about affordable housing. So we know when we talk about affordable housing, sometimes there's a not in my backyard sentiment. As advocates and policymakers, how can we help change this perception and narrative around affordable housing? Cody, if you want to start, and we'll go from there. Cody, I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Maria, do you want to start and see if it's his mic?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Good morning, everyone. Cody, I'll take it from here, and when you solve your sound issues, you're welcome to move forward. So good morning, Maruchi. Good morning, everyone in the room. So many beautiful people. Absolutely. I think the not in my backyard sentiment, it comes from a long story of, racism, segregation, discrimination, and I think that's also a lack of understanding what does affordable housing mean, right? I think that a lot of people have a wrong idea. Affordable housing also means not only free housing or housing projects, which are definitely dignified needs that our communities have, but it's also means build more for working class, the middle class, communities that make minimum wage. And I think that we need to start engaging those conversations. I also need to start pushing the barriers of what does it mean being truly diverse, truly inclusive neighborhoods and communities, and what are the advantages of them. I think that we are not saying enough, and we allow that discrimination and prejudices really kind of taint the notion of what affordable housing is. And I think we need to be brave and sometimes have those difficult conversations with our neighbors, with our elected officials, especially for us Hispanics, Latinx, immigrant communities, Black and brown communities, we need to keep push forward and demand and that housing, as well as any other services that dignify our communities, will be truly democracy, will be truly inclusive, and also think about when are the opportunities that we have said we have used the not in our backyard position when it's comfortable for us. So I think that those are some of the things that I think that need to be happen from a community organizing background. Also, we need to remember that a lot of the funding comes directly to benefit certain groups, certain sectors of the communities, and that it's up to us to advocate that funding, services, and products and needs, just as housing, come across the board in a truly equal and fair system.
Thank you. Cody, you want to try again?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, wonderful. All right, we did it. All right, end of the panel. Okay, so yeah, thank you for having me this morning. Good morning. And the only thing I'll really add to that great answer is I think it also takes really strong political will from local elected officials who really do have the end decision-making authority for a lot of these affordable housing projects. And so I think there needs to be zoning reforms, whether it's by allowing more housing as of right, reducing the number of public hearings for certain projects, anything you can do so that elected officials can't use NIMBYism mentality as their basis for decisions, I think is just very fundamental. Because as was mentioned, so much of NIMBYism unfortunately stems from prejudice, stems from racism, stems from this fear of the other. And until you root out all of that from the individual person, I think the first thing to do is make sure that elected officials just can't use that sentiment to make their decisions. And so I'll just say that local political will is just so fundamental with the NIMBYism conversation, and that's really where it starts and ends in a lot of these decisions.
So I guess the follow-up one to that would be, so we have a lot of advocates on today's panel watching and listening. So what questions, what conversations can they be having with these elected officials to address something like not in my backyard?
I think that we need to start by being honest and put in front and center what not in my backyard said, what not in my backyard means, right? A lot of this, sentiment comes from, Jim Crow and has the tools, right, of the legacy of Jim Crow's laws, of segregation, of racism, of ignorance that is hurting us as a society. But I think that also a lot of the conversations that we should be having with those elected officials are for laws, legislation that enable our communities, to move into those housing units when they are ready. And again, make sure that housing is seen as a need and not a luxury, and that our Black and brown communities are seen as important, as vital, as front and center, and not seen as disposable. We could live without. We want. I always. I'm careful when we talk about beautification projects and things like that. That a lot of that is code language for whiteness, gentrification, all those things that are barriers to access to our communities to have the housing that they deserve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll follow up with that by, if you're advocating to a local government and you're asking, what questions should advocates be addressing? I think it always starts with just having those numbers of your housing needs, right? Being able to make the argument of showing, how many people in your community are paying more than 30% of their income on housing, how many housing units are available. I think something that's very important to look at is, how your local government or state government is using its resources, right? As was mentioned earlier, you're really looking at their budget and seeing, how are they spending their state, their federal, their local funds on housing? Is it really meeting the needs in your community that need to be addressed? And also looking at land. I mean, local government has an immense amount of land resources that can be used not only to build affordable housing, but to sell the land and then use those proceeds for an affordable housing trust fund. And so I think just really doing your homework and understanding, what power your local government has and what resources it has, and understanding all of that and really finding gaps of how they can be improved, I think unless you go with a very specific ask of, this is a policy, this is a zoning change to make, this is how you should be targeting your funding. I think that having that specific ask is very important when you're talking to a local government specifically.
And I would like to add something.
I know.
I think also something that we should be saying when we're having this conversation specifically about housing is, what are going to be the long-term, goals for the county or the region or the city that we're talking in terms of sustainability, green housing units and affordability and all those things, because that really will tell us about the long life and long impact of those, affordable housing units in our communities. At the end of the day, that's what we don't want to solve. A problem right now that is going to turn into something bigger. We really want to transform, the way that housing is perceived in our communities.
So I know, as a nonprofit, we do housing, we do development, and one of the conversations we often hear when we talk to a legislator is related to the Sadowski Trust Fund is, well, it's really not that much money, so it's really not going to make a dent in affordable housing. We know that outside of 2020, the fund is constantly swept. So, Cody, what immediate impact do you think not rating the Sadowski Fund could have on affordable housing? We know it's not going to fix everything overnight, but what are we missing by it being rated every year? Yeah,
so if Sadowski was fully funded this year, basically what was collected this past year, not including the money that was vetoed last year, there'd be $423 million for our state's affordable housing programs, which includes $296 million for the SHIP program, which goes to 119 local governments throughout the state. And you're right, it's not going to solve the affordable housing crisis, but it can go a long way. So I just pulled some numbers from Senator Torres' district in Osceola County. So a place like Osceola County would receive like $5.5 million, right? Which doesn't sound like a lot, but that could help build, it could help buy and renovate some upwards of 270 homes, serving 680 people. Those numbers that I pulled out. That's not insignificant. That's really helping out a lot of folks, moving to first-time home ownership. One of the things that SHIP and these Sadowski Trust Funds are really great at is home ownership and helping lower income households move into first-time ownership, especially now when you're seeing home prices drastically increase over the past year. The Sadowski Trust Funds can be used for down payment assistance to help those folks move into home ownership for the first time. You can help with new construction, home repair. So I think to your point, it's not going to solve the crisis, but even for a place like Orange County that I pulled out, also Senator Torres' district, it could help 2,500 people if Sadowski was fully funded. Again, it's not everybody that needs to be helped, but that puts a good dent in the need, and as we chip away each and every year, you can start to help a lot of folks over time.
Absolutely. And from your perspective, for you or Maria, what bills currently filed in this legislative session would help impact affordable housing?
Sadly, there are not enough direct bills that will give us better, housing. There is not the spirit. There's some things. I think that important bills right now that are in. There is a bill from Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith and Chevron Jones that talks about paying off the electric bills that people has right now. And I think those are needs that are directly from COVID. People is right now having like bills disconnected, water, electricity disconnected. I think that is not going to be directly into buy housing, but it's going to help them stay in their homes that they are right now. I don't know if Cody knows of specific bills that are made for housing, but I don't think that there's nothing that is going to make day and night differences. A lot of the bills that we see, sadly, are directed to code and permission and things like that. There's not too much will in Tallahassee for Florida to really make the housing changes that we need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the one bill that we've been following, there's several kind of indirectly that affect affordable housing, but the one is the Stop the Sweeps bill that would really elevate the Sadowski Trust Funds to a place in Florida statutes that basically tells the legislature that they can't sweep it. And it has some challenges because since it's a law that regulates the legislator's own behavior, they can just choose to ignore it at a later date. But it is very helpful for our debate. It's helpful to for the legislature to indicate that they're not going to sweep the trust funds. So that's Senate Bill 510, House Bill 13. There's also some other great bills around COVID and evictions. House Bill 499, Senate Bill 576 actually prohibit landlords from refusing to rent to a tenant because they were evicted during COVID-19 pandemic time, which I think is a great bill for folks who've been left behind during this last year or so. But again, yeah, to the point, there's not a lot of direct bills that are moving through session that affect affordable housing, but there's some out there that could indirectly affect it in terms of zoning and other aspects.
That's one of the things that we hear too when we sit down with legislators and we're advocating for affordable housing. They say a lot of the work can be done on the local level versus the state. So if we're in our backyards, right, we're meeting with our local government, Cody, what are some of those conversations then that we can be having? You've mentioned zoning, permitting is another one, impact fees. What are some of those conversations that we can be having to make sure that on the local level, they're not kind of getting away with it either, that we're still holding them accountable for an issue that affects their residents?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to look at, which is it's always an eye-opening experience, is just looking at your local government zoning map, and it's always color-coded. And most local governments across the state are primarily zoned for single-family only housing, which at this point, given our booming population, is just unsustainable for our growth in Florida. And not only does that have a direct impact to the cost of development in a lot of places, but it puts a legal cap on the number of housing units that can be built in a particular area. So I think starting with that is important. You mentioned impact fees. I mean, there are a lot of unique zoning and land use tools that local governments have to lower the cost of development. And there's specifically one bill that was passed last year that I think is still being worked out at the local level, which would actually allow affordable housing developments to be permitted on commercial and industrial sites without needing rezoning, which just opens up a lot more land to affordable housing development. So I would start with just looking at the zoning map, really understanding, what is a legal cap of homes in a particular area, and what can be done to make development easier just to increase the supply of housing overall.
Yeah, that's definitely a conversation that we have often. So I appreciate you reiterating that, because I think, as we all want to work towards solving this issue, we have to see things like those barriers, and that everybody kind of throws it to the state, but we do know that locally, our local governments do have a hand on what happens with housing, what they allow, where they allow it. You mentioned COVID, and I think that's something that's really important, especially for public serving organizations, is that we know those calls that we've been getting. So a year after COVID, many housing advocates have expressed that there's a housing crisis looming. Evictions, foreclosures are going to increase, and they're disproportionately going to affect our Latino essential workers. What policy recommendations do you guys see that might help this, mitigate this impending crisis?
There's a couple of things that right now, the people of Florida just voted in raise the minimum wage to $15. I think that we know in Florida is a hospitality industry, tourism industry, where the minimum wage is going to be the wage, sadly, that our people is making. A lot of our people, many of the populations that we have, recently displaced from Hurricane Maria, so they don't have the means, they haven't had that opportunity to build that nest egg. So minimum wage is going to be the wage that our people is living. So any initiative that raise the wages of our people is going to put them in a better track of being able to have housing. Bills that are in the Senate, like the one that we were talking about, the shutdown, to stop the shutdown of utility bills, is going to put them in a best way to have the state housing that they deserve, because many of the leases that we see here in Florida has a specific language that says if your water or if your light is cut off, you are due for eviction. So that language like that is just situations like that are just going to throw more people in the streets. Right now, we know that we just have the Biden administration that signed a COVID relief bill. We know federal money is coming to Florida. Now it's up to Florida leadership to take that money and invest it in the people instead of having actions like they do with Medicaid expansion and say they don't need this funding. So these are conversations that that we need to be having with our elected officials, but also with our local cities. There's no reason why either Osceola, Orange, Volusia, West Palm Beach are not allocating local money for housing as well.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think in terms of like the short-term impacts of COVID, I think it all starts and ends with the money, right? As was mentioned, with you combine like the federal bill that was passed in December with the bill that was passed last week, Florida's going to receive over $2 billion in emergency rental assistance specifically. And it's going to 30 or so local governments, it's going to the state. And just that putting pressure on those entities to get the money out the door quickly and effectively is a priority. So if you're in a local government that serves over 200,000 people, your local government should receive a direct rental assistance allocation from the federal government. I think it's important to just put pressure on your local officials to make sure that money gets out the door quickly, because it can be used out until September of next year, and then by that time it may be too late. So I think just putting the pressure on getting the money to the people that need it most is just the priority right now. And then afterwards, there's questions about evictions or foreclosure plans where people are on forbearance who may need to catch up in those payments, what to do with them. A lot of moving issues in one, but just say start with the money, follow the money, especially what was passed last week, which is a huge amount of money for renters and homeowners in the state.
Yeah, and I think later in the day, people can participate in a panel discussion on nonprofits and how they access those resources. So I think that's really important. As we look at the landscape and we see all these dollars coming down for nonprofits, for community advocates, it's how do you tap into that? What are those conversations? Who are you having those conversations with? Because it looks like a lot of money, but how can our nonprofits, especially our Hispanic serving organizations, tap into those dollars to make sure that we're strengthening our communities? One last question before we're able to show Senator Victor Torres's comments. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but just if we can expand a little bit on what that relationship looks like between a living wage and increased opportunities for affordable housing. We know that, programs have salary requirements. We know that they look at what your family makes, what everybody in the household makes. But we also know that if you're making $10 an hour, you're not going to be able to purchase a home. So just really quickly, because we have about 2 minutes, if one of you want to kind of touch on the living wage.
I mean, I have to go back to what I said, right? Here in Florida, minimum wage is important, is the core of what our communities should be doing. Money needs to go to the people, not to corporations. Corporations and everyone in Florida should be advocating that minimum wage gets raised in Florida, that is truly a living wage, so that people can have dignity housing based on the income that they have.
Thank you. Okay, so I think we're ready for the video.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day at the Capitol. Bienvenido. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank all the people who made it possible with the organizations. We Puerto Ricans are one of the largest minorities in the state of Florida. Good morning. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day at the Capitol. Good morning. Bienvenido. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day at the Capitol. Being here. Bienvenido. I want to thank all the people. I want to thank you all for being here. It possible with the organization. I want to thank all the people. We Puerto Ricans are one of the largest minorities in the state of Florida with the organization. I have the privilege to represent the largest. We Puerto Ricans are one of the largest past 9 years. Even though this event is different because it's virtual, minorities, the essence is still the same. We are getting together to learn, represent the largest population of Puerto Ricans in Florida for the past 9 years. For being here. I want to thank all the people who made it possible with the organization. Puerto Ricans are one of the largest minorities in the state of Florida. I have the privilege to represent the largest population of Puerto Ricans in Florida for the past 9 years. Even though this event is different because it's virtual, the essence is still the same. We are getting together to learn, to have open conversations. Even though this event is different because it's virtual, I hope you enjoy it. The essence is still the same. And we are getting together to learn, to have open conversations, and to advocate for ourselves. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you learn a lot, and that we take this momentum to make changes. No se olviden, ponse la máscara cuando están afuera y tengan la vacuna para protegerse.
Muchas gracias a los panelistas. Thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you for all those who have attended to this panel. We are very grateful for your participation and for the comments on the chat. We now are going to move to the next panel, Closing the Educational Gaps. Please follow us in the agenda and click on the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
the FEA. As Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. As community leaders, we have experienced firsthand the need for an equitable and the transformative power of education. And today, I'm honored to be the part of the panel on closing the achievement gap as a moderator. As the Puerto Rican and Latino community continue to grow in Florida, our students' educational needs grow as well. Language is one important aspect when we talk about education, and the current crisis has added additional challenges to the educational system. The following questions are for everyone, starting with Representative Plasencia, then School Board Member Karen Perez, and then Andrew Spar. How do you think the pandemic has impacted our Latino students across the state of Florida? And do you think the achievement gap has increased as a result of the crisis, and why?
So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel. I'm excited to be here with my fellow panelists and be able to discuss education in our state as it impacts our Hispanic community and in Puerto Rico, state of Florida, especially in Central Florida, where we have the largest density of Puerto Ricans in the entire state, really in the entire country. As far as the question about the achievement gap, we still don't have data on it. I do believe that we will see a drop-off in student learning because of the pandemic. There's a lot of disruption in education. There was a lot of fear, especially throughout the first half of the pandemic, and just with the schools closing early, even though we went to a hybrid or virtual, it was still tough on kids not being able to see their friends, and having the insecurity of the potential health concerns for themselves, for their parents, for their grandparents. So I think it was probably a very difficult year for all students across the state of Florida. And our Hispanic students are no different.
Thank you, Representative Plasencia. School Board Member Karen.
Well, you know, the lack of computers, the disparity between the haves and have-not, the pandemic truly brought to light. The lack of computers, access to the internet, our Latino students were already, you know, some of them were already disadvantaged with our but when this pandemic hit, that gap was really apparent, and those students also who had difficulties in learning. Because they didn't have the materials, also it really hit them hard. And also not just in our cities, but in our rural areas, where the high number of students that are dealing with poverty are living. And also the inability of our parents, the Latino parents, to help our students when it came to the electronics, because a lot of our Latino parents don't have access to computers, so it's very difficult for them to assist their students in the learning process. So we saw that really hit our families hard, you know, during this pandemic, and you know, when it came to the achievement gap, it totally affected our students when it came to math and reading. The students already were, on average, 1% behind. And when these numbers come back to us, we're going to see, believe it or not, that our students are going to be behind at least 5 to 9 months from their white colleagues. And it's going to be a major effect on them. And when we have to get them caught up We have teachers now, right now, that are in a burnout, and so having to get them caught up with teachers already in a burnout effect is going to be in a very difficult place that we're going to find ourselves. And then the economy is going to have to see and deal with how this on our Latino community is going to find itself later on, and how what's happening with our Latino students is going to have an effect on their economy later on.
Thank you so much for Karen. Now we're gonna hear from the president of the FEA, Andrew Spar.
Thank you, Johanna, and thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My name is Andrew Spar. I'm president of the Florida Education Association, and this is a very interesting question. Just recently, I was on a call with some folks with the Hispanic Federation talking about our public schools and with some parents. And what a lot of parents talked about is how hard it is often to navigate our school system, to know where to go and get the support. In a pandemic, it's made it that much harder. And so I believe our public schools are by far the best place for any child to learn. Our public schools are where we come together as families. Our public schools are essential to our own economic well-being. I'm a parent. I have 2 daughters in our public schools. We all want the same things. We want our kids to be happy. We want our kids to be excited about learning. We want them to be engaged in the learning process. And I think we all recognize this was not a normal year. So yes, what this pandemic actually exposed was the fact that there are still so many inequities in our public school systems and in all education, right? These inequities have been brought on by the fact of not getting the investment we need in our public schools, making sure we don't, or not making sure we have the equality, the equity we need within our schools, and making sure that every child, regardless of race, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of zip code, is getting the education they deserve. People use the word a lot, access to education. No, this is not about access. This is about getting the education that our children deserve. And this is a great opportunity to talk about it. We all need to come together and support our public schools, support the people who work there, and make sure that our children are getting what they deserve.
Thank you, Andrew. I would like to welcome Senator Careo, and I will repeat the questions so she can answer for us. The questions are, how do you think the pandemic has impacted our Latino students across the state of Florida? And do you think the achievement gap has increased as a result of the crisis, and why?
Actually, thank you so much, and I'm sorry that I had some technical difficulties, but definitely the achievement gap has been noticeable in the sense that, you know, a lot of kids don't have access necessarily to a computer. They don't have the internet access for those that were or are still at home. So it's really that automatically created an achievement gap and a problem for those that didn't have the resources and a computer ready, or even internet access, something as simple as that. But also, but we've also seen another side, which is really interesting, because Representative Plasencia and I have a bill, you know, that really deals with the testing of kids who speak English as a second language and the achievement gap that creates and the problems that creates. But what we saw last year is the graduation rates. Now we have data to show that the graduation rates of these kids who all of a sudden last year didn't have to take the test, the graduation gap went away. So it proves Representative Plasencia and I's point with our bill that when you are testing these kids in a foreign language, it doesn't mean they don't deserve to graduate. It shows they actually do deserve to graduate. And we as taxpayers are investing all this money in these kids. They're turning around and not being able to graduate because they don't get a specific test score. So I think, we have the achievement gap that everybody talks about, but let's talk about the graduation rate and the difference it made when all of a sudden we weren't just basing it on tests and test scores. We need to talk about that, because now we have data to prove that these kids who are tested in English and are either held back or they get a certificate that is pointless, I might add, because you can't even get into the Army with this certificate. So it really goes to show how we're limiting these kids' future by putting them and giving them a literal dictionary. Here, take the test. Here's a dictionary. Figure it out. I was one of those kids. So I can tell you it's absolutely amazing to me how the pandemic has proven our point and the need to test kids in their native language, especially when it comes to math and science.
Thank you, Senator Tadeo. Now we're going to go to round 2. This round will include individual questions for each panelist. The first person will be school board member Karen. Karen, your first question is, how can the legislature support the work being done by the school boards at the county level?
I have to unmute myself. Yeah, that's what we just talked about. I am so excited for the legislation regarding the testing of our ELL students, having that test in their native language, but also, passing legislation for increased funding for the dual language programs. Because right now, I'm in Hillsborough County, and we have 250,000 students, and we only have 5 dual language classes. And it's all in elementary schools. We have students that come in at different levels of schooling, high school, middle school. And so for them to be able to have the opportunity to get into a dual language program and to be able to have the opportunity to learn at those levels would be incredible. To get that funding to be able to assist them, and just to get an overhaul of the FTE at this time to assist in the education of our students who have fallen behind during this pandemic. At least for a short period of time, so that we could catch our students back up. That would be incredible right now, and much needed.
Thank you, Karen. I have another question for you. What are the challenges as the Puerto Rican and Latina you faced as a school board member?
Well, the community, the Hispanic community does not come and present itself to our board meetings. It's very rare that I get a Hispanic parent or even student at our board meetings. And, so when I share the concerns of the Hispanic community, it's not taken serious. And given, when the community presents itself, the rest of the board, we have 7 board members. I'm one of 7. And so when I'm talking about the issues of the Hispanic community, I'm kind of brushed off. And, so I need for the community to show up. The concerns in their voice, we have a tremendous Latino community here in Hillsborough County and throughout the state of Florida. Showing up, letting people hear your voice, letting people see your concern and hear your concern is tremendous. There's power in our voice. And also, letting that concern be shown also through emails. Sending emails in your native tongue to the superintendent, so he can see that representation in your native language is also needed. That's really, really important. So, showing up, letting your voice be heard is crucial in the education of our children.
Thank you, School Board Member Karen. Now the following questions are for Representative Plasencia. The first one is, some of the legislation related to the native assessment, HB 711 and SB 724, are coming back this year to Tallahassee. What does the native assessment testing entail?
Sure. So as Senator Tadeo had mentioned earlier, we have filed that bill. I filed it in the House, and Senator Tadeo filed it in the Senate. And I also want to mention that Representative Toledo, Jackie Toledo out of the Tampa area, is the prime sponsor on that as well. So she's working hand in hand with me on that bill. And also Representative and Chairman Vaccination, who chairs the first stop of that committee, is a big advocate for the bill. He and I spoke about it over the summer, not knowing what committees we'd be chairing, but obviously knowing that one of us may be chairing the first committee stop. And we have a rule here in the House that you can't file a bill that goes to your committee first. So we were working hand in hand to make sure that if one of us was not able to file the bill, that the other one would. And we've been working on that bill. We're hoping to get a hearing for that bill soon. We're very optimistic. We've had meetings with staff. We've had meetings with advocates across the state. To answer your question about what's in that bill, it's a very big bill that does deal with dual language learners in addition to native language assessment. And so it starts in the beginning with pre-K examinations to assess where a child is at. That's a big priority for Chair Lupus, who works in his private life in the pre-K and VPK space in early learning. And we want to make sure that our students who English is not their first language are not being penalized or held back in any way because of the lack of time that they've spent in this country. We know we have some brilliant students. School board member Joanna Lopez had one of them from our school in Colonial, Samuel Vilches, who's a great story, came here from Venezuela and quickly grasped the English language out of the help from teachers and his own drive, and was able to get a scholarship to an Ivy League school in a very short period of time. We have lots of students like that all across our state who, for no fault of their own, are being held back academically and in their development as people long term because of some of the points that were said here earlier, especially by School Board Perez. And so the bill addresses that at the early stages. It allows through parents' discretion of being able to receive or have the test administered in the native language or in English. But in the early grades, that's directly up to the parents if they opt to have their child test in their native language. And for our bill, in order to meet some of the financial requirements of the bill, we've limited it only to Spanish and Haitian Creole at the moment. That over time, we would start adding more languages to it so that, if we have Vietnamese students or if we have students, which we have a lot of students coming in from the Middle East and into our state as well, that they're also given the ability and the access to instruction and to testing in their native language. The last thing I want to add about this is that we do have some precedents to this. There is a law that exists now in our state that holds a child harmless for the third grade FSA, that they cannot be held back if they've only been in less than 2 years. So we do have precedents of allowing for some exceptions to be made for students who are coming from other countries. I think the data shows that this type of program, and if the bill passes, these programs would be highly beneficial to these students' learning gains and to their ability to
the next question, how to do, what is their status, and what is your opinion about them?
So I think I mentioned much, if not all, of the proposed legislation in my last question, in my last answer to the last question. And if there's anything you want to chime in on, Senator Tadeo, I'm more than happy to hear from you as well. But my hope is that we can get, at the very least, some of the components into a bill that either the Senate sends to us or we send to the Senate, and we can send on to the governor's office. You know, we put together a bill that has our wish list of changes that we would like to see done. If we can just get some of those, it would be a win for the entire movement for native language assessment. Oftentimes, what we aspire to do is get our foot in the door through small increments of language that get put into law, so we have that conversation started, so we have something to work with, and then in subsequent years we can begin to add more of those provisions in new bills in new sessions. And so that's our goal. You know, there's a game plan, there's a strategy. Having a sponsor like Senator Tadeo in the Senate is a huge advantage for us. You know, with her reputation there and with her experiences as a native language or an ELL student here in the state of Florida. But Senator Tadeo, do you want to add anything to that?
She will be answering the same question on her turn. Thank you. I have the last question for you. Thank you for the answer, Representative Plasencia. And now we're changing a little bit the subject, but we're still on testing. The last question for you during this round is, what is your opinion about waiving all standardized testing for all students this year due to the pandemic?
Sure. I think we need to continue with standardized testing. I do think that we need to hold schools harmless, students harmless, and districts harmless, but we do need the data to see if there is an achievement gap. I mean, the first question we asked is whether there's a gap in achievement for our Hispanic students across the state of Florida, and we don't have an answer to that until we see the data. And so it's important for us to have some data to see where our kids are. Have they regressed? How far have they regressed? It gives our teachers and our schools a starting point, you know, potentially not just next school year, but potentially in the summer. Are there some students that we need to bring back and we need to remediate earlier than other students? Did our distance learning work? I mean, what are, you know, that's a great opportunity for us to measure the efficacy of distance learning and which ones work better, because some school districts rolled it out different than others. So is there a school district that got it right and had a higher performance than other school districts? And we can learn from that data on how to continue to deliver education, not just during a crisis like a pandemic, but during normal times as our world changes to a more virtual and artificial intelligence world.
Thank you, Representative Plasencia. Now we have Andrew. Andrew, what is your opinion? Is the same question. What is your opinion about waiving all standardized testing for all students and the native assessment bill? Or the combination?
Yeah, great question. And I'm going to echo some of what Representative Plasencia and Senator Tadeo said earlier, which is that that testing, first of all, was invented by teachers. I think we should know that. Teachers do regular testing in the schools to figure out where students are and how they're doing. We don't need a standardized test, a high stakes standardized test every year, especially when we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? I mean, we all know that in normal circumstances, schools rearrange their schedules. Parents get notifications. Make sure your child gets a good night's sleep. Make sure they get a breakfast. Schools provide breakfast. So much is done. Kids literally get physically sick from testing. And here we are in a very stressful time for all of us, including our kids. And we're saying, let's drive forward with that high stakes testing. It makes no sense. There needs to be a pause. We know where kids are. You heard the school board member, Karen, talk about it as well, that we know kids are having some learning gaps because we've had quarantining and other disruptions in our school caused by COVID. Why would we grade kids this year in that sense? Why would we penalize them when this has just not been normal? By the way, it hasn't been normal anywhere in the world, right? Like, this is not just unique to Florida or the United States. This is a worldwide pandemic and challenge. So I absolutely think it makes a lot of sense to pause the high stakes testing. And then we absolutely need to support testing in native language. It just makes sense. We're about educating. We're about making sure whether or not kids know something. A language barrier, like for me, speaking a second language, it is a barrier. And it's not right to say that barrier measures your intelligence, because it has nothing to do with your intelligence. So let's focus on what kids are learning. Let's make sure they have access to bilingual education. Let's make sure they have access to the supports they need to be successful in our communities and in our society. That's what every parent wants. We want our kids to be more successful than we are.
Thank you, Andrew. I have another question for you. We've seen an increase in the numbers of the Puerto Rican and Latino teachers. What are the initiatives and or programs does the Florida Education Association have to recruit, organize, and support the Puerto Rican and Latino teachers?
So this is a great question, and it's a great challenge our public schools face. You know, it is so important when kids come into school that they see people that they can relate to, that understand the culture. And so we have to be very deliberate in our work in recruiting teachers of Puerto Rican descent. We have to be very deliberate. And not only that, we have to support those teachers, right? You know, when you are in our schools, we very often, teachers talk about this all the time. We feel like the keys are thrown at us, go at it, have fun. That's not supporting people. That's not making sure everyone is set up for success. We want our teachers to be successful so our students can be successful. We have massive teacher shortage in the state of Florida, massive. Not just of Puerto Rican teachers, but of all teachers. And we have to make sure that we are respecting all our people, all teachers who come in our profession, all people who work in our schools, and supporting them, including our Puerto Rican teachers. Because if you get people to come into the profession and they don't feel valued, they don't feel like they have a voice, they don't feel like they can help kids the way they want to help kids, guess what? They don't stay. They leave the profession. And that's not good for our kids. We need stability in our schools. And I got to tell you, I appreciate Representative Plasencia because he's sponsoring a bill to address some of the issues that we've had in teacher retention and recruitment. And that has to do with salaries and how we treat people when they come into our schools. So we have to reach out to all of the groups. This is a community effort. So the Hispanic Federation, as I talked about earlier, we've been working with them. We've been working with Johanna and our school boards. We've been working with a lot of other groups because we have to be in this together. It takes everyone recognizing that this work is deliberate. We have to make sure that we are talking to high school students who are of Puerto Rican descent about going on to college and onto the university level and becoming teachers and coming back to the schools and teaching in the public schools. Because again, I'm going to end with this. Our public schools are truly the best place for kids to learn.
Thank you, Andrew. Senator Tadeo, why do you think it has taken this long for the Florida legislature to recognize the importance of native language assessment?
I mean, frankly, it's just a lack of understanding from the point of view of our experiences. So having voices of our own, such as myself and Representative Plasencia, and even some Representative Plasencia brought up in, you know, all the others who are supporting, including Representative or Chairman Alupis, who actually is in my Senate district. So you, and he's my representative, I'm his senator, but you know, it's having people that are actually representing areas that understand this issue and or have lived it. And so I think, you know, being able to go, the chairman of education in the Senate is Senator Gruters. And although he's most known for being the chairman of the Republican Party, he's actually somebody that might surprise people that is willing to listen to our experiences. And I did sit down with him and talk to him about this bill specifically, and got to tell him my story and why I feel from an investment perspective in the future of those who will be job creators, as I am, in the sense that I have a small business. I've been in a payroll for over 22 years. So, the testing for me actually said I wasn't good enough to go to college. I wasn't smart enough to go to college, which I really wanted to do. And I'm not saying every kid has to go to college, but definitely at least have a diploma from high school so that you can, if you want to go into the army, go into the army. If you want, whatever it is that you want to do, you should be able to do that. And that language handicap at the moment I'm at, because clearly you can tell by my English that it turned out okay. But my testing was terrible. I actually have a copy that I have saved of my ACT that I took where I got an 8. And I'm not embarrassed to tell people this. I'm actually framing it in my office here in Tallahassee so I can show it to people and show how score did not in any way have anything to do with my ability or my intelligence or my understanding of the subjects. It was just the language barrier that was there at that point in time, clearly, by my English now. It was that was handicapping me from being able to move forward. And this proves our point. The other point that is sometimes brought up is, oh, it will cost so much money. Well, the federal government has programs to help pay for this. So this is not a good enough excuse to give us. Other states that are much more conservative than us are doing it, such as Texas. How can we be behind Texas? So I say it's time for us to get with the program, really understand that we're leaving a lot of kids behind and a lot of opportunities for them to have gainful employment and a successful career. And, other names have been brought up as perfect examples. I want to bring up Santiago Potes. Santiago Potes, it was a DACA recipient, and he, from Miami, was awarded the Rhodes Scholarship. Think about this. This is a kid whose parents came from Colombia, and it was a teacher. He likes to tell the story about his teacher who saw his potential. And this teacher, his parents had no idea how to guide him through the process so he could be the success that he is today. But it was that teacher who did that for him. And it was a Cuban American teacher in Miami. So again, our teachers really deserve a lot of support regarding the other bills, but I really believe that we're having those conversations and we need to have them. Is it going to be a 1, 2, 3, we're going to pass this bill? No. It is hard to have these conversations. It is hard to get these bills heard. But you know what? It does take years to make the sausage up here in Tallahassee. But I believe that we will get there. But in the meantime, again, now we have data to show why when we do this and hold kids back or not give them a diploma because of a test score, really we are in essence hurting our own investment, our own resources that we put in kids' futures.
Perfect. Thank you, Senator Tadeo. I have another question for you in order to be objective in the same topic and have different perspectives, and is the question that I already say to Plasencia and Andrew, to Representative Plasencia and Andrew Spar, is what is your opinion about waiving of standardized testing for all students this year due to the pandemic?
My opinion is we should absolutely waive it. Look, I have a 14-year-old daughter in school, and literally I have a Zoom tonight that I'll be doing from Tallahassee about testing for her school and all the explanations of the different issues, and it's a parent a meeting. I know she's very stressed, and she doesn't have the language barrier, but the reason why I feel that we should definitely waive it is also because, again, we have the data that showed that the difference that it made in the graduation rates, and we finally had parity. I mean, it is just please, I urge everybody watching us to look at the data and see how it just moved to an equal level foot. The kids who are kids in graduation rates, and it just goes to show everything we've been saying for this whole entire time, and that is that we are literally holding and we are not getting our full investment in these kids' future by having so much emphasis on the testing. I do believe we should test, but come on, we are putting so much emphasis, and I'm one of those that believes that teachers should get back to teaching, and instead of this teaching to a test, which they spend a lot of their time doing, which is really unfortunate. After all, I know that most of my learning was with critical thinking and discussions, and not necessarily on the testing. I've never been a good tester, never mind my language abilities.
Thank you, Senator Tadeo. So we have the last question for all, and we're going to start with Andrew Spar. And the question is, it's going to be Senator Tadeo, then school board member Karen, and the last person will be Plasencia. I want to be fair, everybody changing orders. So the question is, what is your advice to parents on how to participate in the legislative process at the state and the local level?
Absolutely. So first and foremost, call your legislator. If you don't know who your senator is or who your representative is, you can go to the websites for the Florida House of Representatives or the Florida Senate, and you can put in your address and find them. Know who they are and talk to them. It's always important to have that relationship with your senator or with your House member, regardless of political party, and talk to them as a parent. Talk to them as a parent who wants the best for their kids, because that's what we all want. And if you want more information on what's happening as far as we're concerned with the Florida education, you can visit our website, feaweb.org, feaweb.org, and we have information on bills that we're following as it pertains to education. There are bills to limit testing, which we've talked about. There are bills to make sure the testing is offered in the native language of the student. There are bills to support our teachers and staff, and there are bills that are not so good that we're looking at that we want to make sure don't proceed. So it's a process, and it's a scary process, and it's an overwhelming process. It starts by picking up the phone and calling your senator or your representative.
Thank you, Andrew. School board member Karen. I'm so sorry, Senator Tadeo.
Okay. So I 100% agree. Just, call us, email us, meet with us, just get to know who your senators and representatives are. Look, sometimes it's hard to get some of these legislators to hear you out. But let me tell you, even though you may feel like they're not hearing you, yesterday is a perfect example. We had hundreds of kids come up to Tallahassee in the middle of a pandemic to say, do not change our Bright Future scholarships. We like the way it is. We have worked hard to earn this. And we don't want you to, tell us what to study. I mean, I'll give you my own personal opinion. That's what they do in China. They literally make them take a test and they say, you should study engineering, you should study this. Not what you love, what your passion is. And that's what happens in the communist countries. We are America. We don't do this. So, but having said that, I don't want to digress. I want you to know that I do believe that a lot of the senators yesterday in that hearing, although they may not have voted with the students, I know they heard you and I know they're concerned. And I believe by the time it gets to the floor, they might hear you even more. So don't think that you're not getting through. the students and the parents have voices that we care a lot about, and I think that's you need to use it. Please use it. You'd be so helpful. It can't just be Andrew Spar alone telling us, on behalf of the teachers. He needs help from the parents and from the students, and we need you guys to speak up. So thank you so much. And I do have out to go, so I'm gonna have to say goodbye because I have another one waiting. I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gracias.
You do. Gracias. School Board Member Karen?
Echoing what everyone else said, the greatest message that parents can send is in the show of numbers. Call your legislators, let them know your concerns, and learn who your legislators are. Help your legislators know the why and the how they can help you. Bring them into your community, bring them into your homes, and let them visit. Talk as a community to your legislator, because we can tell them what we need, but when they see what we need, it sends a whole different message to our legislators. So, it's like going to the home and sitting down, como Latinos are, you get a cup of coffee and sit down and have that real hearty conversation, that down-to-earth conversation. And, having them see the needs of the community, because we are a different community. The Latinos are very, very different. Bringing them in and sharing that real conversation with them, that's what our community really needs to do.
Thank you. Thank you, School Board Member Karen Perez. Tenemos aquí a Janitzi. Janitzi is with us. I know we're running late. We started late, so thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for all you do. Gracias a todos por todo lo que hacen y por estar aquí con nosotros y a todas esas personas que nos están viendo también allá. Janitzi, ¿quieres decir algo?
Sí, muchas gracias. Thank you so much. This was the Closing the Educational Gap panel led by the first Latina member of Orange County School Board member, Joanna Lopez, who is also the founder of Familias Presentes, Estudiantes Excelentes, and the executive director of Alianza Center. Thank you so much to every panelist, and also to everyone who has attended this panel. And the contribution of the comments and observation on the chat is amazing. Now we are on the environmental panel, and we want to encourage you to join us on the environmental challenges and impact panel discussion that is led and set by the experts. And one of the moderator is Frances Colon, who actually served in the U.S. Department Bureau, and she provided advising on environmental and scientific issues that affected the U.S. government foreign policy objective in the Americas. We have all these experts waiting for us, but just remember to see all the messages from the representatives and the legislators who have encouraged and support us during this event and throughout the process of getting this event together. Please visit our Facebook page, Hispanic Federation and Hispanic Federation Florida. Also, you can continue to comment on the chat, and we will look forward to see all the Q&As after the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
hurricanes that come from the Atlantic. It is a region whose economic motor is driven by its natural resources, its beauty, its waterways, and in many ways, anything that impacts our Florida natural resources impacts our economy, impacts our communities, impacts what happens. For the Puerto Rican community in particular, as they faced one of the most devastating hurricanes in history, a Category 5 Hurricane Maria, it impacted our families and friends on the island, and it also impacted the mobilization of people that got away from damage and destruction, and many came here to our state in Florida. So whether in Puerto Rico, whether in Florida, environmental resources, climate change and its impacts have played a role in our lives, will continue to play a role in our lives. And the intention of this panel is to make those connections between when our environmental resources are impacted, how it impacts our community, how it impacts the state, and what is happening in the legislative session this year to do something about those things, or maybe not. And that's what we're going to discuss today. So with us, I'm going to briefly introduce our panelists today. Yoka Arditi Rocha is the Executive Director of the CLIO Institute, nonprofit dedicated to climate crisis education and advocacy, and they're based in South Florida. Clayton Lewis Ferrara, Executive Director of Ideas for Us. They create global environmental solutions through local action, and they're based in Central Florida. We also have Representative Demi Busara Cabrera, representative from Florida House District 114. Among her committee assignments is the Environmental and Agriculture and Flooding Subcommittee and the Agriculture and Natural Resources Appropriations Subcommittee, topics that are relevant to this panel. My name is Frances Colon. I'm a scientist by training. I'm also the Vice President of the Puerto Rican Leadership Council of South Florida. And I'm really, really excited to have you all here. We have two video greetings from representatives in the Capitol, and I'm going to share with you a video greeting specifically from Senator Linda Stewart.
I know things have been very difficult with this year being COVID involved in all of our lives and in all of our households, but I'm happy to have the opportunity to address you for this year's Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee. I have the privilege of serving as Vice Chair of the Senate Environment and Natural Resource Committee. Advocating for our state's unique environment has been a long time activity for me and priority. I'm looking forward to continuing the fight for policies addressing climate change and promising resiliency for the future. Ensuring that our state's priorities are equitable for all Floridians as we move forward in addressing climate change. One of the biggest issues we face as we work to secure a better future for our state and its residents.
And now we will have a video greeting from Representative Ana Escamani.
This is Ana Escamani, representative for District 47, the Florida Legislature, representing the City of Orlando, Winter Park, Long Island, Edgewood, and I'm so thrilled to be one of the first that gets to welcome you to Puerto Rican Day at the Capitol. I know this is not like other days at the Capitol. We are still navigating the COVID-19 crisis. As more folks get vaccinated, I cannot wait to welcome you back to the legislature. We're almost there, but of course we know that COVID-19 has demonstrated to us all of the systematic problems that we have to work together to fix. And that's part of why we're advocates, because you see problems in your community and you want to do something about it. I'm proud to say that throughout this past year, our office has been working 24/7 to get folks through COVID-19, whether it was securing access to more testing and PPE, or looking towards dealing with the affordable housing crisis, keeping folks with roofs over their head, while also fighting for unemployment benefits and fixing the broken system, getting small relief out the door to folks who need it, and of course, getting vaccines out as fast and as efficient as we can. Now, here in the legislature,
on the table, but of course we can't lose sight of other topics that impact everyday life. And for me, the environment is one of those issues that we can't press pause on. We have to not only deal with the pandemic, protect our environment, and get Florida on track to take climate change seriously, which is why I'm proud to have filed House Bill 283, which is a clean energy goals bill. It would set Florida on the trajectory to be leaders in clean energy. This is important to communities across the state and the world because we know that the impacts of climate change are very real. We saw the impact of Hurricane Maria on the island of Puerto Rico, the climate refugees that came to Florida at that storm, the pain that so many folks went through, and also the time it took to just get to some sense of energy production operational on the island. You know, moving away from fossil fuels is not only a resilient strategy to mitigating the impact of climate change, but it's the best one to make sure folks can be secure.
Thank you both to the senator and the representative for their remarks and joining us in the way they could. We know they're very busy during this session, so we're extremely grateful for them and extremely grateful for Representative Busa Cabrera for joining us today. We're going to dive straight into our discussion. And so I'm going to start with Clay, and I'm going to say, Clay, can you tell us, in your view, as it pertains to the Latin American community, specific the Puerto Rican community, what are our biggest environmental and climate challenges in the state, and are we ready for those?
Of course, I had to be the one on mute. Thank you. Let me just start by saying it's really wonderful for me to be here and to share some information on these very, very important topics. I think probably, you know, people are affected uniquely by environmental challenges in Florida. We have a lot of environmental justice issues here. We also have kind of a perfect storm of factors that are making the triple bottom line as a way forward so important. Sea level rise, for instance, is a tremendous problem, not just on Puerto Rico as an island, but also here in Florida and our coastlines. We all know the devastation that Hurricane Maria caused, and this is unfortunately a trend that's predicted to increase throughout the 21st century. So as far as the path forward, you have to examine what the problems are. And we have an environmental justice issue here. We have the need for economic growth in pro-environmental areas. This, of course, we know will create a tremendous amount of jobs, and that's very, very needed post-COVID, right? As we're all looking to get past the last, what will be 2 years, right? That will really take for us to get back to normal here. I also think that there is, a very important issue around just quality of life and the fact that so many places in Florida don't have public transit. They don't have an ability for people to easily find places to be outside or to go hiking. You have to travel increasingly farther to these places. So I think there's a transit discussion as well that needs to be brought into this. And luckily, sustainability helps solve a lot of these issues.
Thank you. So we're in the middle of a legislative session. In about 40 more days here in Florida. These legislative sessions are once a year, and they happen in the beginning of the year. And it is where all of the legislation happens. We want to know, I know that your organizations are particularly interested in the bills that tackle the problems with environmental resources, resilience, and the like. So Yoka, would you tell us, from what you're seeing in the legislative session, what your organization is particularly following, what bills are you heartened by? What bills are you feeling concerned with?
Thank you, Frances. And I'm so excited to be part of this conversation, not only as a Florida resident, but as a Puerto Rican myself, and working as a woman, as a mother, to try to really put forward the best equitable and sustainable solutions for the current climate crisis we're all experiencing, to me, this is of extremely important personal relevance. I'm excited to be sharing this platform with my own House of Representatives here today. And yes, we are looking at several, in fact, more than 22 bills right now sit on the current legislature, moving through different committees. Some of them are very refreshing, I think, give us tremendous hope, particularly on the area of resiliency and adaptation to the impacts of the climate crisis. There are so many great proposed now that we are tremendously encouraged. And there are other ones that are really worrisome that have to do to continue to sustain the very much status quo and all ways of doing things, which is basically tying ourselves to a polluting based economy. And so with some of preemption bills that are seeing in the legislature, which will really basically take away the rights of local government and municipalities to do the commitments in the 100% renewable, clean, non-polluted energy, like the city of Orlando, for example. So those are very worrisome to us, but there are definitely other ones that are really, really encouraging, applauding and hoping and cheering for.
Thank you, Yoka. Representative Busata Cabrera. We're really excited to have you here because you're a representative from South Florida. And as we all know, South Florida, if the entire state is the epicenter, South Florida is the epicenter of impact. And as we look at these resilience bills, many of them, I'm sure, are coming through your subcommittee. And I know that a lot of it is intended to help us deal with impacts, help us strengthen our position as we brace for a lot of these impacts from sea level rise and flooding. How do you see that these bills, given the amount of money that we're proposing in them to help us harden our infrastructure and really protect our communities, how we can do that when there are also some bills that are potentially going to prevent us from implementing more energy in our communities? How do we reconcile these two things happening at the same time? Both are very important, and as we know, very much of an impact in the South Florida community.
Well, thank you for having me today. I'm honored to be here joining each of you. I do come from the Miami-Dade area. I'm District 114, which is parts of Coral Gables, Flagami, West Miami, City of South Miami, Gables by the Sea, the eastern side of Pinecrest, a little bit of Palmetto Bay, and all of Cutler Bay. So this is definitely not only an important issue to me, but an important issue to my community and to my constituents. So as some of you may know, I am carrying the resilience package in the Florida House. This is the Always Ready Flooding and Sea Level Rise bill. Speaker Sprowls has been a big proponent of making sure that we have a plan in place to combat sea level rise and flooding. And I'm beyond honored that he has entrusted me with this opportunity to carry this piece of legislation. It really is a transformational piece of legislation because we've never done anything on the state level like this before, or, you know, for that matter, anything related to combating sea level rise from such a holistic point of view. We have a lot of local communities and municipalities who are doing a great job, but that only goes so far. It's time for the state to act. So what this bill would do, it would make sure that we do a statewide assessment, and the state would be providing funding to our local communities to make sure that they have the money to do a local assessment, which would be submitted to the state, to DEP. And then from there, DEP would do a statewide assessment to really figure out what we need to be doing and where we need to allocate our money. And from there, we would allocate up to $100 million statewide to combat flooding and sea level rise. We'll be creating a Florida Flood Hub in the St. Pete area, where our chief science officer is based out of at the University of South Florida. The bill would also allow regional coalitions to partner up with our local communities to make sure that we're combating this also from a regional perspective, because at the end of the day, this affects all of us. Sea level rise doesn't care, where you live or which zip code you're in or who you are. It affects everyone, whether you're on the coastline or you're an inland community. I know you guys mentioned some some bills that are at odds with fixing this issue. I would love to know exactly what bills those are, if you have specific billers, titles, things like that, so I can kind of better assess which issues you're directly targeted at. But don't worry, this is a top priority for the speaker. It's a top priority for myself. It's top priority for the committees that I sit on that are related to these environmental issues. So, we are definitely trying to be at the forefront of this.
Thank you. We're definitely very excited about the resilience package that is being proposed. Our municipalities across the state definitely need the help. Preparing for the climate crisis is costly, but in order to provide that protection, in order to help our homeowners, our business owners, and everyone, we're going to need it. I wanted to ask the question for our listeners today, and Yoka, Representative, or Clay, you can jump in here. When folks say Latino communities, Black and Brown communities, or African American communities, sometimes will be hit first. They will be impacted first and hardest by climate change. What does that mean? Why is that the case? And what can we do about it as a community, as a Puerto Rican community, as a civically engaged community, to address that vulnerability as we confront the climate crisis?
Thanks. I'd like to obviously thank the representative for her leadership. I'm a constituent of your district, so I'm excited that you're leading the way. We're definitely going to reach out to you to talk about those worrisome bills, and definitely our office will get in touch. We look forward to that conversation. And to transition, I think what we need about that is that even though everybody's being impacted by the climate crisis, not everybody is feeling it the same way. There are some communities due to systemic racism that traditionally for centuries that are really feeling disproportionately effects and don't have the safety guards, the safety nets to really cope with increasing costs of extreme weather events, increased costs of health impacts, increasing costs of just to name a few. What we're seeing is just the systemic racism that are inequities that we have been dealing with for so long, affecting communities of colors, Latino communities, and which are the most vulnerable communities in so many ways.
Clay, do you want to jump in? And maybe you can also plug in how we're part of a bigger global community as we confront these challenges and try to achieve these goals as a planet.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, when you look at history, point blank, Black and Brown communities have been affected by pollution significantly more than other communities, right? Most African Americans today, I think it's over 60%, live within 30 or 40 miles of a coal-fired power plant. You also have here in Orlando, in Central Florida, where I'm located, you have some historically, African American communities that are really plagued with brownfield sites and places where dumping was occurring of chemicals that are now considered, very poisonous. Even things like shooting ranges. In the nonprofit that I'm executive director for, called Ideas for Us, we were looking at doing a wetland restoration, and we had to actually pivot the project because we couldn't do any work on site with volunteers because the lake was once used as a shooting range when bullets were still made out of lead. And here we are in this community wanting to, plant a shoreline for wetland animals and stormwater management, and unfortunately can't do that. So, you have a big environmental aspect, and I think that connects us to many people around the world. When you look at, who the big polluters are, right? They're countries with very large populations, right? The United States and Russia, China, India, right? There are massive income gaps, massive equity gaps. You even have some remnants of a caste system, certainly with China and how they, structure their different types of labor. You have some people that are really feeling the effects of this environmental damage and working with things that are poisonous and outlawed in many other countries. So there's definitely a solidarity there between us. It comes down better environmental laws, of course, in the United States, fighting for cleanups of communities. Two of the biggest things anyone can do to help the environment and advance their community is really, getting trash out of the environment and planting more native trees and plants. That kind of duality of those two things does a tremendous bit to help against everything from sea level rise to climate change to bringing carbon out of the atmosphere. So there's more things we can do than maybe meets the eye.
Thank you for those ideas, especially because we have a lot of organizations represented here in the participants for our event that I know are engaging the community, are always coming up with action days to make that connection for our community between the impacts of climate, our natural resources, our health, and our well-being. So I have a question here in the chat. I'm going to ask the representative. As you know, here in South Florida, we have tremendous construction happening quite a bit everywhere. And so how do we manage the development that's happening in our cities, in our counties, in our communities, whether it's construction of housing, construction of new housing, construction of affordable housing, with the idea that we should really be looking at the environment and saying, can we really have more construction and not more green spaces? How do we incorporate elements of protecting green coastal structures like mangroves while still meeting the needs of the economic progress of our cities and our communities? Is there anything that can be done? How should we address this? Is this something we address in the Florida legislature? Is this something we address at the municipal level? What is that gap between maybe runaway construction, as some are seeing, and the need to really tend to our natural resources?
Well, that is a great question. And actually, there was a bill last year by Representative Vance Alupis that passed. He is from the Miami-Dade area. His district borders mine. He's a House District 115. And this bill was directly targeted to construction and building projects and looking at, making sure that we do a study and look at the effects before the project is initiated to see what the environmental impacts are. So I think that was an amazing start to kind of tackling this issue. But on top of it, I think Bill HB 7019, the Always Ready package that, I'm putting forward, looks at this from a holistic viewpoint by doing a statewide assessment. So I think part of the problem is that because we never looked at it from a holistic view and done a statewide assessment, we haven't really pinpointed or targeted where and how we need to spend our resource issues we need to focus on and fix to make sure that, we are tackling this issue and actually resolving it and doing what we can from a state level. I know we've talked a lot about what needs to happen on the national level, what needs to happen globally, but right now we can only do what we can control and what we can do at the state level, and this is a great start for that. So implementing this legislation to do that statewide assessment, to partner up with these local coalitions, the coalitions who are regional and looking at it, maybe it's Broward and Miami-Dade working together, and that goes down to Monroe, and how we need to configure our construction together to make sure that we're all working together in this and we're all always ready for what the future is going to bring.
Thank you, Representative. Yoka, I'm gonna pick on you because of a comment you made in the chat. Use your superpowers, power of your voice, vote, and purse. Can you tell our participants for Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee today what that means and how they use those superpowers?
Well, we all have superpowers, and I think we need to be more civically engaged to make sure our needs are being heard. And so we use that with the power of our voices, making sure you know who your state representatives are, who your senators are at the local and obviously state and federal level. We want to make sure we are speaking in one voice, because when we speak in one voice, politicians listen. And I'm going to put a quick example that happened yesterday, and it's to talk about how, you know, people's coming together, asking their local elected work. And yesterday at the Miami-Dade County Commission, there was a resolution urging President Biden to sustain and maintain the Keystone Pipeline. The community really went up in arms because this is a community that is experiencing sea level rise issues. We are at the forefront of the climate crisis, and that really means more flooding, more rising temperatures, more climate gentrification. And so many of the commissioners, both on the Republican and Democrat sides, understood that. And so the people called their commissioners, and that resolution did not pass. So that's a clear example of how people can be heard. And sometimes it's a matter of making sure we meet people where they are, making sure they understand the connection. Some people think, I am not being impacted by the climate crisis right now. I may be in the future, but the reality is we're all being impacted. In fact, a poll came out yesterday that 75% of Floridians believe we are impacted by the climate crisis, and they also believe that their government, the local, state, and federal government, is not doing enough. So this is a relevant issue for all of us, and so we all need to be part of that with the powers of our voices, with the powers of our vote, making sure we elect elected officials like Representative Cabrera, who will be putting forward the kind of holistic solutions we need to get our cities future ready. And obviously the power of our purses, because what we say with our purchases matters, since the right or wrong signals to the marketplace.
Excellent. I think one of the most important purposes of a day like today is for our community to realize the power of their voice, the power of their vote, the power of their purse. And that is what we're doing. I think we have about a minute left, so I want to plug you guys. I want to plug Clayton's work. Clayton, I want you to tell people where they can get involved with your organization's work. I know, Yoka, you put your organization's information right on the chat. So if folks want to become a climate ambassador with Clio, there are ways. Clay, if you want to just quickly plug in the work, the local action that you're doing. And Representative, maybe if you could take a couple of seconds to say, if people want to reach out, if people want to make their views on these bills and environmental challenges known, what is the best way for them to do that with the actual decision makers like you that are in Tallahassee? So Clay, with you, and then we'll end with Representative.
Awesome, I'll be brief, and thank you so much. So we are an environmental action organization. And what that means is that we launch different kinds of action projects in energy, water, food waste, and ecology in over 30 different countries around the world. We focus on localism and really believe that local environmental action is something that, done globally, right, has a chance of actually turning the tide and affecting things. I put our website, which is ideasforus.org, in the chat, and also my email. I'd love for people to reach out if they're interested in getting involved or partnering for different kinds of environmental action projects. We are a very interesting organization that we started in a dorm room in 2008. And I think that we're a wonderful example of people power and what just a few individuals can do coming together. Now, fast forward 13 years later or so, we've done work in 30 different countries around the world, and we're part of the United Nations as a globally recognized NGO. And it's given us a chance to take the things that we've created here in the United States and to bring them to other groups of people around the world, because climate change really is a global issue that we can only get past through local action. So thank you so much, and I hope to talk to many people here that are interested in learning more.
Thank you. Representative?
Yes, thank you. And just kind of, I know we have to wrap it up, but just kind of going off of what Yoka had mentioned is, making sure your voices are heard, and you're doing that right now. This is a great way to, let us know what's important, but also hold your elected officials accountable. We're here to serve you. We work for you. Hold us accountable. Reach out to us, email, write, call, whatever means that you think would be the easiest for you to communicate, even if it's sending a direct message on Twitter. Make sure that, we are here serving your interests and that we're keeping our promises. Yoka also mentioned, doing our part as citizens. So, whether it's something small like making sure you're bringing your reusable bag when you go to Publix or CVS or Walmart, or replacing your plastic water bottle with a glass refillable reusable water bottle. Those little things go a long way. We all do need to do our part, but at the end of the day, making sure your voice is heard is the most important thing. So thank you for taking the time to host this, and thank you for taking the time to let us know what's important to each of you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for being on the panel with us. And I'll turn it over now to Yanitzi.
Thank you so much, Francis, and thank you to each one of you who has joined us for this important conversation. And we are very grateful for all who has been attending to this panel as well, and making all the comments and following us and share their thoughts through the chat. Now, if you are for the first time joining us in this panel, I want to inform you that we have a next panel. And the next panel is the Puerto Rican voter in Florida, an update on voting rights and the Florida redistricting process and transparency. Don't forget that we also have an upcoming presentation and where we are going to have the DJ Max with a little bit of a sound mix for the entertainment of everyone. In addition to that, you should have received, if you are one of the 200 registered and attendees during this program, you should have received already a voucher for lunch sponsored by Hispanic Federation. And that information is on your email. We also want to say that this information and conversation is being transmitted through our social media platform. And we have Spanish translate interpretation for those who want and prefer the Spanish version. In addition to that, for the very first time, this event has been with the interpretation of sign language. And thank you so much for those who had joined us. We're going to have a couple messages that you can see in our social media platform, Hispanic Federation, messages from representatives and legislators. There are many other areas that we are going to touch base in the upcoming hours, but please stay in touch, take this couple minutes for a break, and come back and join us on the next panel, where we're going to talk about the shift of the Puerto Rican vote and the importance of the redistricting process. Thank you for joining us.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We have Janitzi, the Florida State Director of Hispanic Federation, with us for a couple of words.
Thank you so much, Frederick, and we welcome everyone who is joining us after our morning break. Thank you so much. We have been in a very exciting program where we have panelists, legislators and representatives, and community leaders talking about important issues that affect and impact our daily life as a Puerto Rican here in the state of Florida. And with that said, I wanted to present our dear colleague, Frederick Velez, who is actually the National Civic Engagement Director for Hispanic Federation. And he will be moderating this panel and presentations around Puerto Rican voters in Florida, the update on the voter rights, and also the Florida redistricting process and transparency. And with that, we have several panelists that will join us virtually, but also some of them sent a video. So please make sure that if you need interpretation, you can call us at the number that appears in the chat, and keep it coming, those comments and questions. Enjoy. Now to you, Frederick.
So good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank all of you for joining us today. I'm really excited to be here. Like Janitzi said, I'm the National Director of Civic Engagement. I have been working with the Puerto Rican community in Florida since about 2012. I can't believe it's been almost 9 years. So, we are all here not only in the Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee, not only to create a space for members of our Puerto Rican community to engage with elected officials, but also to learn more about our community. We want to learn a little bit more about Puerto Ricans in Florida. As you almost know, because I think it's been all over the headlines, it's been all over the coverage, our community has grown a lot in the last decade. And so also have the calls from reporters and journalists wanting to know how many Puerto Ricans live in Florida. I know that I get those calls every single election year. They want to know, how many Puerto Ricans are registered, how are they voting, who are they voting for, and what issues they care about. So if you have those questions as well, I have good news, and it's that we're gonna go over some of that information. However, I do wanna say a caveat, and that is that because Puerto Ricans are a subgroup of Hispanics, we don't have data that's 100% accurate. It's not as easy to find data, for example, for white or the Black community than it is for Puerto Ricans. And most of the numbers that I'm going to give are an estimate. Now, I do know that they're a good estimate, so I do want to say that out there. But I just want to make sure that is known. I don't want people thinking that this is, the Bible in terms of numbers. But we did a really good research and went down to get the most updated and truthful numbers. And also, I want to say that, Hispanic Federation and the Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee are nonpartisan events. So I am going to put out some information that pertains to politics, but I just want to make sure that this is just some of the information that we've gathered, and this is not an endorsement of any party or of any candidate or progressive or conservative views. I just want to make that very clear. So going back to 2010, if you actually do a Google search, you will probably not find a lot about the Puerto Rican community when it comes to voting and politics. And I know that that might sound a little bit surprising with everything that's been happening this year and everything we've heard about the Puerto Rican community, but that was the truth. At that time, back in 2000, we had approximately 500,000 Puerto Ricans. If you jump over to 2010, our population went up to about 847,000 people. So just in 10 years, it basically doubled in size. So what happened with the population is that it kept growing, but as it kept growing, so did the share of the Puerto Rican vote of both the Hispanic group and of the whole Florida voter population. And this is something very important because when it comes to the Hispanic community, Puerto Ricans are one of the only groups specifically that as soon as we're born, we are US citizens, so that when we move to Florida, where we move to any state, we automatically can register to vote without having to go through any citizenship process. And that is why I think the Puerto Rican community captured the imagination and also the efforts of every single group that was turning out the vote in Florida. So as that increase came in the population, an increase of our voter share came in, and also an increase in media members and different political groups covering what was happening. So basically, in 20 years, we went from 500,000 people to 1.1 million residents, Puerto Rican residents in Florida. And just to put those numbers in context, right? Because I can throw out numbers and it doesn't mean nothing. But Puerto Ricans are now the largest eligible group, Hispanic group, to vote in Florida. We are not the group that has the most registered voters, that's still the Cuban community, but we are the group that has the most eligible Hispanic voters in Florida. We are also one of the youngest groups in all the nation. About 12% of all Puerto Ricans across all jurisdictions live in Florida. And now Florida has become the second jurisdiction with the most Puerto Ricans, and it's only second to the island. So we surpassed New York about 2 years ago in terms of having the most population of Puerto Ricans in the States. So now that we spoke a little bit about those numbers, I also want to work on dispelling 3 myths that I've been kind of hearing in the past 10 years. The first one is that Puerto Ricans don't vote, that we don't vote in Florida, that we move from the island, and that suddenly we forget how to vote. So it really depends on how you look at it. Because if you are comparing the numbers to the turnout that's in the island, then it is true. There is a lower turnout when compared to the island. But when you compare our turnout to all other Hispanic groups, it's only the Cuban community that turns out more than Puerto Ricans in Florida. And that is something that's important to say, because sometimes we're compared kind of like apples to oranges, because in Puerto Rico, the political system is different. We have elections only every 4 years, and the election day is a holiday, making it a little bit easier for people to participate. Now, having said that, our turnout rate has been increasing each year, which is a great sign. In 2008, approximately 48% of registered Puerto Rican voters went out to vote, while in 2020, that number went all the way up to 66%. So we're talking about a 20-point increase in 12 years of voter participation. And that is a part of how many registered voters. So I'm not talking about raw numbers. We're talking about the population has increased, so has increased our voter participation, which is, to me, it's amazing, but we still have a lot of work to do. So the second myth that I want to dispel is that when Puerto Ricans go out to vote, we only vote for Democrats. And this is the part of the program that I said I was going to get a little bit into politics. So like I just said for the myth number 1, it also depends on how you look at it or how you analyze it. So if you only look at the presidential level, you're definitely going to see that in the last 4 or 5 election cycles, a majority of Puerto Ricans have supported Democratic candidates. And when I say a majority of Puerto Ricans, more than 50%. It's gone up and down depending on the candidate. And that is part that's really important. For example, Donald Trump got more support in 2020 from the Puerto Rican population than in 2016. President Obama got less support in 2012 when compared to 2008. So support for a party or a candidate hasn't remained flat. It goes up and down, leading a lot of people to think that it's because we are nuanced voters and we actually look at who the candidates are. That also takes into account the fact that Puerto Ricans are the largest group in the state with the rate of non-registered, non-party affiliated voters. So we have about 33%, maybe a little bit more registered to the Democratic Party. We have about 25% of Puerto Rican voters registered to the Republican Party. But then we have a huge number of Puerto Ricans, about 30%, a third of the Puerto Rican voters who are not registered for our party. So that kind of makes it difficult for us to kind of say, okay, well, you know, if this person is registered for X party, then we know that they're going to vote for this candidate. But that isn't the case necessarily with Puerto Rico. In 2020, for example, an estimated 70% of Puerto Ricans voted for President Joe Biden. But like I mentioned before, every analysis that we've seen shows that President Trump gained support from the Puerto Rican community and gained support to only vote for one party. We, at least in our groups, are calling it, or we're calling it, the Soto-Scott ballot, because we saw a lot of people that voted for Senator Rick Scott for the U.S. Senate, a Republican, right? and then voted for Darren Soto as their congressman in the Democratic Party. And part of that data can also be seen when you can see that Rick Scott had more support among Puerto Rican heavy precincts than Governor DeSantis had in 2018. He also did better than President Trump in 2016 with Puerto Ricans. And when doing surveys, exit polls, and talking to Puerto Rican voters, a lot of these voters suggested that they perceive support or what they perceive as support from Senator Rick Scott towards the Puerto Rican population, and some of the actions he took after Maria were what gave them that support. And that is something really important that we have to say, because at the end of the day, this bipartisan ballot occurrence, let's say, is actually something that's happening across all Florida and all counties. So Puerto Ricans are some of the voters that will do or will place bipartisan ballots in the ballot box. And that actually takes me to the last myth, which is, why does that happen? And sometimes I hear and I talk with legislative aides, I talk with elected officials, and I feel that sometimes there's this disconnect between what are the issues that Puerto Ricans care about and what's actually what people think that they care about. Sometimes it's like as if Puerto Rican voters have exotic needs, or they're like different from the population, but that's not true. And that is why we came up with this panels. That is why the issues that you're seeing right now in these panels are the issues that matter to the Puerto Rican community. And if you look at those issues, you'll see that they match perfectly with all the other residents in Florida and all the other subgroups you can think about. We're talking about affordable housing. We're talking about making sure that we can go to the doctor whenever we need to, that we can have a healthy lifestyle, that we can have a great education for ourselves and for our children as well. Being able to protect our environment. So all of these panels and issues that we have done today are a reflection of all those top issues for the Puerto Rican community. And that is why we wanted to do this breakdown, because the number one myth that we want to break down is that Puerto Rican voters are not like some weird subgroup that we will never know, what they want. The reality is that every single person that does the outreach and talks to our community will find out what the issues are, and will be able to connect with their Puerto Rican constituents, which is part of what we're doing these events. So in the next months, we are going to be taking deeper dives on some of these issues through our Cafecitos at the Hispanic Federation. And we're also going to be doing some deeper dives on this data, because we understand that there's a big need of understanding where Puerto Rican voters are, how they feel, where they live. And we are committed to make sure that we can help everyone and share that data, because at the end of the day, it's only going to help everyone involved. And that is why I want to thank all of the elected officials who took their time today, more than 25 elected officials, to come here and spend time with us, spend time with our panelists, and find out what are the issues in our community that matter. So having said that, I am now going to introduce our first speaker, which is Ricardo Negron Almodovar. He is the Legal Services Coordinator of Latino Justice ProDef, and he's here to give us some updates on voter rights and give us some updates on some of the measures on Spanish access ballots. Ricardo, how are you?
Good morning, Frederick. I'm doing well. Thank you for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be here sharing this information with the attendees. Frederick, before we begin, if I might take a second, I really want to recognize and acknowledge the hurt that our Asian American communities are going through in the aftermath of what appears to be a racially motivated crime, hate crime that happened yesterday in Atlanta. So to our Asian American communities, we're with you, we see you, and we're here for you to support you.
We appreciate that, Ricardo. People don't know actually that you're one of the first people I met when I went here to work in Orlando. I still think you might have my phone number as with my old job next to it. So I just wanted to mention that real quickly. So we were talking the other day about a process that's taken a couple of years. Latino Justice ProDef, along with other organizations, community-based organizations, went to court to make sure that some counties got Spanish language access ballots. So I don't want to, give in the whole premise. So can you tell us why your organization, along with other organizations, needed to go to court, and what was the result of that after a couple of years?
Absolutely, Frederick. So for everyone's knowledge, there is the Voting Rights Act. It's a federal law. It covers all of the states, and there are certain provisions in this act that really hammers down on the type of accessibility and assistance that voters have. One of the provisions is Section 208, and that means that you can bring in whoever you need to the polling location to assist you. There's also Section 203. This section is actually guided by census numbers, which is the importance of participating in the census. And there's 13 counties here in Florida, including obviously Orange, Osceola, Seminole, other Central Florida counties that already meet the population threshold. So that means that these counties, they provide all of the assistance required for a voter to be able to participate in the election, not just ballots, but information previous to the elections, all the forms to require your to require for your ballot, to register to vote. All of that is already provided in that minority language, in this case Spanish. There's also Section 4E. This is a section that's very particular towards the Puerto Rican community, because it talks about those who have been educated in public school in a language that's not English. So obviously our Puerto Rican community, we are American citizens. We go to school in Puerto Rico in Spanish, but if we move here, we have the right to register to vote as every other American citizen that lives here. So this section provides that these individuals cannot be prohibited of the right of participating in the elections just because of that lack of understanding, that lack of the language, in this case, English. So here in Florida, there were 32 counties actually who were not complying with this section of the Voting Rights Act, Section 4E. Back in 2018, this was before the primary election, we went to court and we were able to get a preliminary injunction which ordered these counties to provide some assistance, to provide the ballots in Spanish, to provide some signage in the polling locations. But this is a process that was ongoing. And finally, this year, sometime 2.5 years later, we were able to reach a settlement with 31 out of these 32 counties. And we can share which are the counties later. But what this settlement means is that in these counties, voters, Puerto Rican voters, and Spanish dominant voters will be able to have that Spanish language ballot, will be able to have the Spanish materials, and very importantly, we'll be able to have the vote by mail request forms and the vote by mail ballots also in Spanish, as well as a county-specific hotline. We know here, every county has their own deadlines, every county has their own county elections, so it's very important to have a county-specific hotline so that voters can get that assistance that they need. So this is the settlement in the Rivera versus Barton case, and we can share all that information. We are prepping to share it broadly. We've already shared it with the organizational plaintiff, with Hispanic Federation was an organizational plaintiff in this lawsuit. So we really hope that all of our eligible voters know this information and that the counties follow through with this settlement.
Yeah, and these are things that are important because even if you don't think about it, these are actual real wins that have consequences for our community. Thanks to what Latino Justice Project did and other organizations, people are able to vote in Spanish. They're actually able to get a Spanish language ballot in at least 31 of the 32 counties. Maybe we'll get the 32nd county this year. We also wanted to touch quickly on, there have been some bills proposed in Tallahassee that have to do with voter rights and voter rights access, and I was hoping you could also give us an update of some of those bills and what they're proposing to do with them.
Yes. So the bill that we are, currently tracking is SB 90, and this bill, obviously, because of the pandemic and the historic nature of last year's election in the middle of a pandemic, people were rightly so very worried about their safety going out to a line in a polling location. So people were able to take advantage of things that were not new. Right here in Florida, we've had vote by mail for years now. It wasn't something that was just, poof, magically appear last year because of the pandemic. But more people obviously took advantage of it, of being able to vote from the safety of your home rather than going outside and being exposed to contracting COVID-19. What this bill is proposing, one, is that it's trying to eliminate drop boxes. Drop boxes were a very easy to use way of delivering your vote by mail ballot. That meant that you could go to any of the early polling locations and literally just deliver your ballot, and that was it. We knew that the post office was experiencing many delays, and it wasn't, you could miss the deadline for your vote to count. So this was a very safe option for people to participate in the election. So this bill is trying to eliminate the use of drop boxes. It's also trying to retroactively eliminate vote by mail application. When you fill out your vote by mail application, you can actually select that it's not just for this upcoming election, but rather for the next few election cycles. What this bill is trying to do is that it will eliminate that. So people who have signed up to receive their vote by mail application for years to come will actually have to go through that process again. So that means you're already thinking, well, I signed up for it, I don't have to do anything else other than receive my application and vote. Well, now you have to sign up to that again. That means that the burden of actually reaching out to all of these voters will fall on every supervisor of elections to every county, and realistically it'll also fall into the hands of the community organizations that are doing the outreach, trying to get the voter turnout. We will now have to make sure that voters are making sure, did I submit my vote by mail application? Do I have to renew it? It's an extra burden, an extra step that makes it more complicated for people to, participate in the elections. Something else that it's doing is that, when we register to vote, you either have to include your Florida ID number, the last four numbers of your social security. And once you do that, if you're an eligible voter, you become an eligible voter. Now, this bill will require that if you are to request your vote by mail application, you also have to include this personal information, which is unnecessary because it's already in file. So that people might see this and not want to submit a vote by mail application because of concerns over privacy. Not everybody is going to want to share your Florida ID number, your Florida driver's number, and if you don't have one of these two identification, you might not want to share your security number for privacy concerns, and rightly so. And then another issue with this bill is that it's trying to limit who can actually deliver those vote by mail ballots. It's trying to limit it to immediate family only. So that would leave, for example, people who are, seniors who are in care facilities, who may not have immediate family members. They rely on the efforts of community organizations and other efforts to be able to deliver their ballots because they do not have access to mobility. They do not have access to other services. So this bill really puts an extra barrier in making sure that every eligible voter is able to cast their vote in the most safe way possible.
Yeah,
So
and I was talking about myths on my previous presentation, and I think one of the other myths that was kind of like destroyed this year is that Puerto Ricans and Latinos in general don't vote by mail or don't vote early. Every data that we've seen saw that while Latinos still went and voted on election day, a lot of them expanded their voting methods to include things such as vote by mail and early vote. And putting restrictions in this might actually lower the turnout rate that was a historic turnout rate in 2020 of 66%. We are seeing a couple of comments on the chat, and I'm really happy about it. We are supposed to be scheduled to end at 11:50, but what we were going to have now is kind of like a lunch break. So if any one of you wants to join us a little bit longer during lunch, we are going to keep going a little bit on this panel so that I can put play the 2 videos that have to do with redistricting. But Ricardo, I want to thank you for being here with us. Can you provide the people that are here and attendees with where they can get more information on what Latino Justice and PRODEF are doing?
Yeah, they can visit our website. It's latinojustice.org, or follow us on social media at Latino Justice. I'll type it up here in the chat so that people can click on it and it's easier. So thank you, Frederick, for the invitation to be a part of this panel.
Thank you, Ricardo. You're always invited here. So I've seen in the chat that some people are also talking about what are the numbers of the Puerto Rican community in different counties. And part of this has been all of the work that we were doing this year on the census. I think that a couple of people were talking about we need to wait for the census numbers to kind of figure out where the Puerto Rican population is. And that is true. That is why we at Hispanic Federation and other Puerto Rican and Latino serving organizations were working so hard last year to get people counted, because not only do those numbers actually tell us about where we are, where our people at, where our resources, but it also helps with the redistricting process, which is really important. Not only is it important that we have that data to make sure that the redistricting process is a fair one, but it's also a transparent one. And we have 2 pre-recorded videos. One is from Jackie Colon from Naleo. Another one is from Kate Vixick, and they will talk to us about the need for transparency redistricting. Like I mentioned previously, this panel was supposed to end at 11:50. The videos between both of them are about 9 minutes long. So if you want to stay here, please do so, and we're going to play the videos right now. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Jackie Colon, the Southeast Regional Director with Naleo Educational Fund. Naleo Educational Fund is the nation's leading nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that facilitates full Latino participation in the American political process, from citizenship to public service. In Florida, Naleo Educational Fund has done work on mobilizing Latinos to participate in the redistricting process, as well as some advocacy for fair districts for the Latino community years ago, and here we are again. So why do we conduct redistricting? After the 2020 census, our nation will have newer information, right? About the size of the nation in each state and in every community. We use this information to draw the lines of congressional seats and state and local government districts. And most importantly, it's the process of drawing new congressional and state legislative district boundaries. So each district must have the same number of residents. And over time, districting become uneven in size, as you can imagine in Central Florida. A lot of movement, right? So therefore, every 10 years, the district lines have to be redrawn to make each district even in sizes again. So redistricting affects whether the different population groups have a say in the outcome of elections. Pues claro, nosotros queremos que los latinos tengan una voz. So who conducts these redistricting for congressional and state districts, specifically in the state of Florida? Usually state legislative lines are drawn by the legislators and passed as a joint resolution, which is not subject to gubernatorial veto. So that's why it's so important that we're all engaged. So queremos que se disfruten, aprendan mucho, and have a wonderful Puerto Rican Day in Tallahassee. Enjoy the wonderful speakers that they have lined up for you. Gracias.
I want to thank Jackie and Colon and Naleo for all the great work they did on the census and for sending us this pre-recorded video. Now we're gonna we're gonna see a quick presentation from Kate Vixick, who's also going to talk to us about the need for transparency in the redistricting process.
Hi, I'm Katie Vixick. I'm the Florida State Director for On the Line, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the redistricting process that's upcoming and what gerrymandering is. So I want to actually break down redistricting versus gerrymandering. It is very common that folks use these terms interchangeably, and I'm here to tell you they are not the same thing. So I want to break them down for you. At the end of the day, what you need to know is that gerrymandering is cheating, and it's used that a political party or group can gain or keep power. Politicians gerrymander during the redistricting process. The redistricting process has to happen every 10 years. That is something mandated. States must do it. But then politicians will use that redistricting process to gerrymander, in other words, cheat, by manipulating electoral district boundaries. So again, at the end of the day, redistricting has to happen once a decade, but gerrymandering is never required. I think something that's really helpful is seeing a visual. And so you can look at these graphics and really think of them, think of the red squares as Republican voters and these blue squares as Democratic voters. And you look at the second image and you see, okay, we have 5 districts here. Most of them are coming out with more blue squares, so these would be 5 Democratic districts. Now look at the next graphic, that third one. You'll see that the way that these district boundaries have been manipulated is to now have 3 Republican districts and 2 Democratic districts, even though the same squares, exist. And so think of that, right, as a real map. Voters exist, and politicians are able to draw around them to give themselves the district that is more favorable to them, and to create districts around them that are more favorable, or gain, more seats one way or the other. And there are some real life impacts of gerrymandering. A lot of people think of the redistricting process as something wonky. It happens once in a decade, but there are real life. And so here is a current example. Think about Amendment 4. It was the ballot initiative to help former felons have the right to vote back, enfranchise these voters. And we have 67 counties in Florida. All 67 counties voted in favor of this amendment. However, the next legislative session, our elected officials use it to really implement barriers against this amendment and what the voters really wanted and what they voted for. And they were able to do that in some ways because they don't really feel accountable. Or now, and what the actual process is going to look like in Florida. At the end of the day, it's a legislative process. Our elected officials draw our boundaries. They start in committees and our redistricting and reapportionment committees. And so you have a select group of elected officials that begin drafting these maps. And then they're eventually taken to the House floor and voted on by everyone. And so, for example, our congressional districts are voted on just like a bill. And so because of that, our governor actually can veto what our congressional maps that are passed are. And then our state legislative districts, so those are our state House and our state Senate seats. The Florida legislature actually passes this as a joint resolution. And so because of that, the governor cannot veto, but they automatically do get sent to the Florida Supreme Court for review to make sure that they are valid maps. Something that you have to mention when we talk about Florida is our fair district amendments. We have very strict constitutional standards. A lot of states do not have these strict standards. And so they're really important. Voters approved these in 2010, and they prohibit partisan gerrymandering, really, line drawing that intentionally favors or disfavors a political party or an incumbent, and while protecting racial and language minorities to be able to elect a representative of their choice. And while protecting racial and language minorities to be able to elect a representative of their choice. So in 2012, that was when the...
Sorry, it looks like we're having a little bit of trouble with the videos that we've had this issue. But what we're going to do, because I know that people have been asking for the presentation, is we're placing every single pre-recorded video that we got from both elected officials, panelists, and presenters on our social media. So you're more than welcome to go over to Hispanic Federation on our Facebook and our YouTube, and you'll be able to see the presentations. I personally will send also all participants a presentation with a little bit of a deeper dive on the Puerto Rican voters in Florida, because I know that everyone has been asking for more information. So in the next week or so, please expect that to reach your inbox. So now, so that you can enjoy your lunch break for the next 15 minutes, we are going to try, we're going to bring DJ Max. He's going to do a pre-recorded presentation that we have for us so that you can enjoy while you're eating. The next panel is at 12:15. We hope to see you all there so that we can talk a little bit about appropriations and how to get funding for our communities. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great day.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee. My name is DJ Macy from Ponce, Puerto Rico, and today I will be bringing the island vibes through the music. Enjoy. So sabor. Oh, yes.
Buen provecho. Y esa música estaba sabrosa. Aquí estamos celebrando el Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee y ahora nos vamos al próximo panel que va a estar empezando en breves minutos. Ya estamos en vivo, así que acompáñanos en el próximo panel de Appropriations y Non-Profit.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am your moderator, Dr. Nancy Lawther, co-principal, along with former Representative Robert Asensio of New Era Alliances, LLC, a legislative and governmental affairs consulting firm based in Miami. Thank you to all in attendance for joining us today. We're apologizing, we're a little bit late due to technical difficulties, but we are happy to see you for virtual Puerto Rico Day in the Capitol, as our distinguished panel considers a very pertinent topic: appropriations and nonprofits. I'm sure that our discussion will lead to a great many questions, which, for efficiency's sake, I will ask you to post in the chat. Before we begin, let's talk basics. Those entities that wish to receive state funding must approach a friendly legislator who will file a detailed appropriations request. That request may be approved by the legislature, often after a great deal of behind preliminary work by the entity and the sponsor to gain the favor of legislative leadership and individual legislators. Such proposals are subject to a great deal of scrutiny. Once approved in the General Appropriations Act and passed with other elements of the budget, the relevant line item is subject to further review by the Office of the Governor. In Florida, the governor has line item veto power. Only after passing the veto hurdle can an appropriations request be funded and the entity receive state dollars. For now, let's meet our panelists, whom I hope will wave at you. Their impressive biographies you will find online. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Tony Suarez and Mr. Luis de Rosa. Mr. Suarez, my first question is for you. As someone who previously served in the Florida House of Representatives, what differences have you noted between the appropriations process at that point in time and what happens today?
Hi, can Luis answer the question? Unmute yourself, please.
Radio. Yeah, since Tony was mentioned, but I do know from my personal experience, if I may speak from there, is that it is a difficult process, but it can be done. Unfortunately for Puerto Ricans in the state of Florida, we don't have sufficient amount of political clout in the legislators, in the House and in the Senate, and that's an issue that we need to address in order to be able to move our individual projects, our community projects, our capital improvement projects forward with support from those that understand our needs and where we're heading as a community. But it is a relationship. Everything comes down to your relationship with your legislator and also with the leadership. Who is the leadership? I mean, and what are their interests? Because if it doesn't pass the leadership, it's not going anywhere, as we all know. It's easy to go through, it's passed all the time, but when it gets down to the final analysis, only specific projects that are supported by the leadership actually gets funded, because there's money that comes from the state capital. So it's really guarded by the leadership and of course the governor. So, and in large part, it has to do with your relationship. You have to know your legislator. You have to develop a relationship that is functioning, that is continuing throughout the years, and not just a one-time approach. I can tell you from my personal experience, real briefly, if I may, when Maria hit Puerto Rico and devastated the island and created such a mass exodus, as we all know, due to survival needs for our community, we Puerto Ricans on the mainland, in particular Florida, gather support. Zoe was very, very instrumental with her work and her role in the Central Florida area, and I was very proud of her work. I was able to go to a Republican state senator and a Democratic state House rep to request funding for a Hurricane Maria Puerto Rico relief project in South Florida, and it went nowhere. You would think, with all the suffering, all the challenges, the influx of people coming into Florida, they would have in their heart, and it was the leadership that stopped it. It wasn't the rep or it wasn't the senator. They pushed it through, and the leadership decided that it was not in their interest to spend state funds on a Puerto Rico Maria, relief effort. So it is a relationship. You need to start early. You need to gather your army, your forces, your supporters. You need to make phone calls. You need to send emails, and you need to go to meetings and to make sure that it is a project that they can support. And also a project that is relative to the state budget to some degree, helping the constituents, community health fair, community outreach. I don't know if the voters get out the vote is going to get anywhere because everyone's concerned about that in particular. But we as a community, if I may just end with this, is that we have to start electing, start identifying, getting Puerto Ricans elected to the state house and the state senate. That's one way, and I believe the only way we're going to move our community agenda forward.
Thank you for stepping in there. We're having a few technical difficulties that remain. Ms. Colon, you were just praised to the skies for your efforts, and you have dedicated considerable time for fighting for the rights and needs of the underserved in a legislative arena where deep-pocketed special interest groups have grown more influential since the imposition of term limits, and where affordable housing and healthcare have often taken a back seat to other priorities. How have you managed to make your voice, and therefore the communities that you represent, their voices heard?
Thank you. Happy to be here today. Can you all hear me okay? Just before I move on. Okay, wonderful. So the nonprofit sector is one that I've dedicated my career and life to, because oftentimes you end up just 24/7. But I do want to start with highlighting how critical nonprofits are in advocating for marginalized communities across the nation, and especially in a state like Florida, where there's limited funding for nonprofits, and particularly for nonprofits that are Hispanic, Puerto Rican led. So as we've seen with the Black Lives Matter movement and a lot of critical movements, immigration reform, those are often led by nonprofit organizations, grassroots organizations. And I just wanted to start with that. I think many of us on this event today know how critical the nonprofit sector is, and that we've helped, kind of fill the gaps wherever we can, but we're severely under-resourced, right? And in states like Florida, where we're fast growing, we're still not at the table to have many of these discussions. But as we, confront crisis and try to respond to families in crises as it relates to housing, even now getting, communities of color to understand, the vaccine, the importance of the vaccine, meeting, people where they are as far as their basic human needs during this pandemic, and helping people bounce back from the economic recession, which we know has disproportionately affected our communities. That's when we come front and center, right? That's when people start to realize, and even the media, slowly but surely, oh, this, small grassroots organization or this church, was able to secure 250, 500 vaccines to make sure that folks on the east side of Orlando, for example, can get the vaccines, and, they can, eliminate, the transportation barriers and that kind of stuff. So that's when we become front and center. But when it comes to funding, unfortunately, we're still not, part, of that process, in proportion to what we should be, right? So for me, it's really important that we highlight for elected officials and for other providers the importance of our organizations, Hispanic, Puerto Rican-led organizations in serving our community. We are trusted, we're bilingual, we're bicultural. Oftentimes we set up shop in the community or immediately surrounding the community, right? Not in your local downtown, for example. And we speak in Arroyo Habichuela, as they say, right? Like, people understand us. I recall after the shooting at Pulse and that incredible, that terrible tragedy, being a volunteer among at least 30 other volunteers that were set up, at the Amway Center to receive folks that had questions about how they would be compensated and that kind of thing. And I recall almost everyone coming to me, it must be, la mancha de gandula de plátano, and people coming to me and say, finalmente veo una cara hispana, and that's important for our community. So, it's important for us to highlight, and provide insight to mainstream organizations and elected officials on how important our communities are in serving, and our organizations, in serving our folks, right? So the way that I do this work is I'm constantly advocating for increased funding for our organizations, not just with funders, but influential organizations. Back to what Luis was saying, it's about your relationships, and oftentimes we're siloed, right? So, we are either intimidated, or maybe language barriers, whatever the case may be, cultural barriers, where we're like, okay, what do I have to offer this mainstream large organization that's well resourced? We have a ton to offer, right? So advocating for a place at those tables and to be part of those conversations, but also to be part of the decision-making process as well. I lend my own expertise in different ways. I volunteered to do capacity building trainings for nonprofit organizations. I also have a consulting business where I actually help nonprofits with the appropriations application. It has changed. It's actually a lot more formal, even in the 6 years that I've been in Orlando. So I have noticed that change, and there are 2 applications. And again, back to those relationships, as Luis was saying, and I'm sure Anthony started with stress, it's about having, the right allies. And it's not always the usual suspects. It's not always, the Latino legislators. It's also people that really believe in your mission, but they won't know about your mission unless you're front and center and you're constantly, providing that insight and that knowledge about our population, the demographics, our needs, and also our strengths, right? So oftentimes when I meet with mainstream institutions, not Latino led, I talk about how so many of our Puerto Ricans are coming in with credentials. People, have, experience in management and have their degrees. It's not just folks that need. It's people that can offer and can help boost the local economy, right? So that's really important in our narrative and how we speak about our community. I've joined numerous of Hispanic coalitions because it's important to know what issues are important, what progress we've made, right? Because it's important to talk about not just, again, the needs and our issues and our problems, but also what progress we've made so that we can present those to people that have the influence to fund our organizations. And as I said before, so important, to urge mainstream coalitions and organizations to include us and to fund us, right? So there are opportunities to partner with large organizations. It may be really tough, but the more of us that there are at, saying the same thing, the more likely they are to listen, right? And, inviting them to, collaborate with us on, proposal to the state or other funders. And I can keep going, but I'll stop there because I know you have more questions.
Great. And yes, actually, I'm going to bring in Luis on this because you have done a lot of coalition building. You have to bring together the Puerto Rican diaspora across the state of Florida. How can the community at large support in their quest to receive funding.
Please turn your.
Is that question for Luis? Luis, I think you're muted.
Luis, you're on mute.
Thank you. I'm a dinosaur, so you know you gotta bear with me. I'm from Evergreen Avenue.
We actually grew up the same street.
Yeah,
different time, but same street.
Different times
in the Bronx.
But this challenge here in Florida has brought us together on some level. We have collaborated in the past, and Zoe has done a great job, and she's a good leader and a good professional, and I'm very proud to have a relationship with her. But you know, I'm thinking now that we as a community have come to realize, or should come to realize, that not only do we have a structure in our nonprofit, apparatus, the finance committee, the bylaws committee, we need to start thinking, establishing a government committee also. And the government committee's job is to really advocate, educate, if you want to use that word, because otherwise they'll use it against us if we take it in another direction. We want to educate the powers to be on the needs and the benefits of through the appropriation process, and the benefit of supporting nonprofits on a grassroots level, and how that would not only save money onto the government coffers, but also would help the elected officials push their agenda, or at least collaborate and show that they're doing something for the community. But we have to have a committee in place. All nonprofits should have a government relations committee. And that government relations committee job is to educate the powers to be, the elected officials, on the goals and the necessities of collaborating with the communities at large. And it's really saving the state and saving the cities and the counties money by putting funds into nonprofits. So the collaboration through the Summit on Puerto Rican Affairs, which Zoe was part of back when she was with the Hispanic Federation and one of the sponsors, one of the supporters, because we need money to make it happen and make it affordable for our attendees, was to bring, regardless of your political affiliation, the Republicans like the Tony Suarez's of the world, and the Democrats like the Louis DeRoses of the world, even though I go on both sides, but I do it to the extent that it benefits, the mission. I don't, our position is that we need to somehow find that common ground where we can move our agenda forward. So the summit came together for that purpose, from folks from Orlando, from Jacksonville, from Tampa, from Miami, from Puerto Rico, from New York, and for us to have a discussion how we can find a common ground to start moving our agenda forward. And I'm happy that the Hispanic Federation has taken this responsibility with Puerto Rico, Tallahassee. That's very important for us as well. But so it is a collaboration. We got to come together. We're growing as a community. We come from different backgrounds. I'm a New York Rican, just like Zoe. And there are many folks that are, from the island. There are many folks that come from, who happen to be Puerto Rican, referring to, who come from Chicago, wherever the case may be. Yes, we have different points of view. We with La Patria, we believe in Puerto Rico, civil rights. And maybe down the road we got to start marching also. We got to have Puerto Rican lives matters too. Down the road, who knows? Maybe we're gonna have to get to that point so we can wake up the powers to be. The Cuban American community, the Jewish American community, they have learned the process of collaboration, of educating, promoting, putting money where their mouths are, and we have to do that as well as a community. So we're growing.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Zoe. Yes, Zoe.
No, I'm sorry, Luis. Yeah, if I may also just allude to the process of getting the appropriations and the relationships really quickly. It's not with the folks that are not just with the folks that are sponsoring, your appropriations application. So you need a sponsor on both sides of the house. But once it's in, the governor can veto. So actually, when I was with the Hispanic Federation, we were able to get it in. So we were sponsored by then that time Senator Darren Soto, and who Democrat, and then we had I forget Bob Cortez on the Republican side as a House representative who supported the appropriations application and actually made it into the budget, which was, I think, the first time in a very long time, if not that a Hispanic-led, Puerto Rican-led organization was included in the budget on both sides, and then it was vetoed, right? And so I learned through that process that while I was in contact with the governor's office, I mean, you need to build that relationship long term, way before that session starts. So there's just a lot of relationship building, like you said, having a committee or a designated person, even if it's a volunteer, to pay someone that's interested in legislation and policy, to really take, the bull by the horns and say, okay, I'm going to focus on developing these relationships with the governor's office and with legislators that can help sponsor us for appropriations. And again, really try to be creative and think outside of the box, and not just the Latino legislators. I mean, I think that's powerful to have them there to advocate for us, but it's not always the strategy to get into the budget, if I may say that. So I'm sorry for interrupting, but wanted to note
good
that.
point. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah, you have more experience than that I do. That's for sure.
Excellent point. And actually, I am going to, for both of you, ask you to turn the clock back 3 years. And in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, which is certainly a transformative event for the island and for Florida, Florida's seen a huge influx of new residents moving in from Puerto Rico, and many have chosen to stay. Nonprofits sprung up in order to serve their needs, and nonprofits that were already on the ground here expanded their functions. What, in your experience, has been the record of success for such entities, either the ones that were newly created or ones that expanded their scope in receiving state funding? And if you could turn the clock back 3 years, what recommendations would you make to improve upon that record?
Luis, I think you have more experience with this.
Yeah, we, it was a very sad time for many of us in Florida, as you can imagine, seeing folks on the island. My father retired as in Ponce, and my wife's family are from Caguas and Cabo Rojo. And it was a very sad time for many of us. But we really came together as a community. We and Robert Asensio was part of that effort here in the Miami area. And Zoe was really very active in Central Florida. So we had two major markets that with heavy Puerto Rican concentration, and folks that were from the island were coming in. To some degree covered, a lot of the elected officials, Barb Cortez, and Zoe mentioned, he was a legislator back then. He also sprang into action as well. Tony did a great job as well. We all came together. We kind of forgot that we, Republicans, Democrats, PNP, Populares, we said, hey, this is time for us to unite on a mission to serve and help our fellow Puerto Ricans. I didn't have too much of a success from Tallahassee because they have their political agendas over there, and they only think about their politics, and they disregarded the growing Puerto Rican community in a dire need at that time. But we came together along with Borinquen Medical Center and here in the Miami area, and then Zoe can talk about Central Florida. We set up an apparatus of various nonprofit organizations. We got the for-profit business, a fellow by the name of Moshe Manor, who loaned us a 35,000 square feet warehouse. And so we were able to raise local funds. Honestly, the local commissioners, a lot of the Cuban commissioners who were helped by Puerto Ricans, when they left Cuba, they ended up in Puerto Rico or New York or New Jersey. And who was there? The Puerto Ricans were the ones that welcomed them and helped them get established. And we went to the county commission, 1,000 from the commissioners. So we can provide, food, we can provide gift cards, we can help people settle, pay rent, pay the hotel. And we shamed Governor Scott back to get active and get proactive and help us. And a lot of the nurses and doctors that were coming from Puerto Rico looking for work, we waived, the governor waived the credentials that it was required, here in Florida. So we did a lot. We didn't get enough traction because we were not organized on a statewide level. we don't have enough elected officials supporting our agenda. Our agenda is an American, it's about helping families help themselves, paying the mortgage, sending kids to college. This is our agenda. It's like everybody else's agenda. It's just with the new kids on the. So it's been very difficult for us. But, we're learning. We're Hispanic Federation now. We're coming together. The coming together, and the leadership is coming together. Hopefully, we'll keep this dialogue moving forward.
One thing I want to add to what you're saying is that Governor Scott, Florida, and other parts of the state set up a kind of hub for services like FEMA, right? I forget what it was called, at the airports, right? And so I think that was a great idea, because you're getting people literally right off the plane. Not all nonprofits were included, but Latino leadership was, which is wonderful, and some others. But it was heavily government. And that could be a very scary, process for people that don't necessarily trust government or haven't had much, interaction or are just arriving. So literally like, oh my God, what do I do? Is this appropriate? Does this make sense? But that just shows you, I think, what's been happening for a long time in the state of Florida is that government is front and center when it comes to providing services. And we need to change that, right? So if you look at northeastern states, Chicago, in the mid, states, whatever the middle of the United States, and other hubs for Puerto Rican migration historically, there are a ton of well-funded organizations that are Puerto Rican and Latino led that really help in times of crisis like that, right? And they partner with government to do so. Whereas in Florida, a lot of, well, we do that already, therefore there's no need for you to duplicate our services. And it's not one and the same. And it has been used as an excuse not to fund us, and that's a problem.
If I could just add something to that, Nancy, and I'm glad Zoe just reminded me, because I'm at that stage of my life that I tend to forget things. I was successful, believe it or not, to meet with the mayor at that time, who's now Congressman Jimenez, a Republican, and he brought FEMA, he brought the local hospital, Jackson Memorial Hospital, he brought all the medicals and all the regular, the agencies that are there to help people so they can help themselves, to meet with us. And here I'm in a meeting with 15 or 20 participants, and we put together a committee, and the hospitals accepted folks from Puerto Rico and did major operations, medical services to them. And of course, Borinquen Medical Center took up the charge of doing the research and also helping people with with their medical needs as well. And we got FEMA involved, and we got housing funds, and we somehow made it happen because we, like Zoe said, we made them. We understood that they were providing a service, but without our collaboration, it was not going to get done because of the fear and the concerns of people arriving from the island. This is there were folks that never been in the United States arriving, and that was very difficult for them at that time. So that's a very good point. Is always bringing to the discussion. And Tony, survived because Tony has the Republican leadership relationships. We're going back to the relationships. He has a Democratic, relationships also, and right. He's, and Governor Scott really helped him and funded the Puerto Rican legal clinic, which is, thank God for that. It provided a service. And he knows the process. The process is relationships. You got to get our people to understand. You got to develop relationships, and it's got to be ongoing. It can't be just one time. And if you don't get it the first time, add it again.
Right.
You go back.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one last point. I don't know how much time we have left. I feel like we're running out of time, but we have to build capacity. And I know Hispanic Federation has prioritized this, since being in Central Florida. So this is not, a new concept, and a lot of smaller nonprofits are members of the Federation and are getting a lot of things. But I can't stress how often I come across wonderful small organizations that are doing the most important work in our communities and that can engage actively on the front line, but have, don't even have a budget. Have never received any funding, have a ton of in-kind donations, have never filed a 990. So there's just so much that we need to do for and with our, Puerto Rican-led and Hispanic-led organizations so that they can position themselves to receive this funding, right? And then we have national organizations like Unidos, like Hispanic Federation that can subgrant, that can help us build these coalitions to receive monies and ensure that these smaller organizations, and they do that now, right? I mean, when people call me and say, well, how do I get funding? I'm like, well, based on where you are in your organizational life cycle, you may want to consider becoming a member of the Hispanic Federation, because that's the only place that you are likely to be supported at this point, right? Because you just need to grow. And so, so there's a lot of work to be done on our end too, and we have to support, you know, our organizations, and you know, that's an important part, building that capacity so you can get the grant, manage the grant, and sustain those relationships.
Very good.
That's right. And with that said, I want to say thank you so much to every panelist. Nancy, thank you for moderating this panel.
And unfortunately, we are running out of time here. So it's been a fascinating discussion. We could go on for ever and ever. I'd like to thank both those of you who have joined us this afternoon, and especially our distinct dialogue about appropriations and nonprofits will continue in other venues. For now, our top, and I wish all of you a wonderful afternoon as virtual Puerto Rico Day in the capital continues. Wish you all much success. Thank you.
Pleasure to be with us.
Thank you so
Hispanic
much.
Federation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you to the Hispanic Federation for putting this together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And now we conclude this panel on Appropriations Committee process and nonprofits. And we hit now with the session that is live for us to see about the upcoming bill HB1. Actually, we have Patricia Brigham on the Governor DeSantis proposed process bill. Please, let's change the channel and go to the main page and click on this session that is live now. For more information about messages and representatives collaboration, you can also visit our Hispanic Federation social platforms, Hispanic Federation and Hispanic Federation Florida. Let's join the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
By members of our Florida legislature. This bill, House Bill 1 and its Senate Companion 484, its Senate Companion 484 was initially announced or floated that it would be announced back in August during the height of the Black Lives Matter protests. So we were concerned that it was targeting people of color. Then leadership in Florida went quiet for a while, and we didn't really hear much about it until the night of January the 6th, which is, of course, the day of the insurrection on our nation's capital. Legislators in Florida chose that day to file these awful bills. Renamed them Combating Public Disorder, under the guise of trying to protect the public from any kind of harm done at protests that become not peaceful. And they are extremely draconian penalties for violating what the legislators behind this bill feel would be a non-peaceful protest. So let me give you some examples. If you go to a protest with some friends, and we know that our country is founded on the right to peacefully protest. We wouldn't have seen the progress, for example, in the civil rights movement of the 60s had we not had the right to peacefully protest. And we saw tremendous gains as Americans exercise that right, particularly in the Deep South. So if you and your friends or neighbors were to go out and join a protest, and it doesn't matter what the issue is, this brings all of us together on a myriad of issues where we may not necessarily be like-minded. But say, for example, you and your friends go out to protest against a natural resources bill that you believe would be detrimental and harmful to our state's environment. If anyone at that protest were to say, for example, get unruly, pick up a rock, throw it, break a window at a nearby building, guess what? Even though you and your friends and anyone else at the protest did not commit that act, they would still be scooped up by police and tossed in jail for the night. Whether that would stand up in court is an interesting question, but we don't want this to get to the courts. We want to stop this legislation now. The other parts of this bill that we're extremely concerned about is it actually creates stiff penalties for vandalizing monuments, such as Confederate statues. To create felonies for bringing down a Confederate statue seems to be placing more value on a Confederate statue than on the life of a human being. And we know since the founding of the United States and the establishment of the state of Florida, we, the people, have enjoyed the right to peacefully assemble and have coordinated the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. So we often peacefully protest decisions made by our government. The First Amendment specifically provides that Congress cannot make a law that abridges the right of the people to peacefully assemble. Now, there has been an improvement in legislation that would take out the prohibition of peaceful assembly. Well, that was smart because that would not be constitutional. But even though that improvement was made and a few other improvements have been made, this bill remains extremely dangerous. It would have an absolute chilling effect on the public who want to go out and lift their voice and express their right to peacefully protest as an American citizen. There could be fear that if they go out to participate in a peaceful protest, that if someone gets unruly, they could be dragged to jail because that one person who gets unruly and they've done nothing wrong. That's just not right. And we know from the days of William Penn to the modern civil rights movements, to abolitionists taking to the streets to raise nations' awareness of the evils of slavery, suffragists to make sure that women got the right to vote, labor activists, religious organizations, LGBTQ communities, and many other groups throughout our nation have gathered with their collective voices to call for redress of problems that have plagued our democracy. And as a result, Americans of all racial, ethnic, cultural, and religious backgrounds have peacefully protested and, as I stated, made positive changes. This is the essence of democracy. It's the essence of government, as described by Abraham Lincoln, who said in the Gettysburg Address, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of Rights in the Florida Constitution form the foundation for this democracy. Each right is a pillar that keeps our house, our democracy, in other words, steady. And when we tear down one pillar of a house. The foundation shifts, and that house, or our democracy, is then subject to collapse. So we urge all of you to contact your representatives, especially if you're their constituent, your senator, and say, do not vote yes on House Bill 1 and its Senate companion. And by doing so, you will be helping to preserve the right to peaceful assembly and to protect our democracy. And we do know that our democracy is under attack. There is a terrible voting rights, well, not really voting rights, voter suppression bill, Senate Bill 90, moving through the legislature. And I realize I'm going off script here a little bit, but I want to mention this to you because it's all part of peace, right? Senate Bill 90 would eliminate all ballot drop boxes in the state of Florida when we know 1.5 million people used them last year. And it would increase the number of times you have to request your vote by mail ballot, which many Americans and Floridians did last year because we are under a pandemic and we remain under a pandemic. So there is an attempt by our government here in Florida and our state governments around the country to silence voters, to silence dissent, to punish peaceful protesters, and again, to seek really punitive consequences for peaceful protesters who find themselves in an unruly protest. This all goes back, we believe, this bill and the origins of the bill all goes back as a reaction to the protests that swept the country and parts of the globe last summer after the brutal murder of George Floyd. We believe there has been a seismic and much needed shift among people of color who have come together and said, enough is enough. You know, this country was founded on slavery, and we are not going to allow ourselves to be brutally targeted any longer. So yes, we do suspect that this bill has strong implications toward people of color when it comes to the stiff penalties involved. Why should you get a criminal record because you have found yourself at a peaceful protest that's gone unruly and then put in jail? That's completely unnecessary. It's to no one's fault, right? And now, obviously, if somebody does something wrong at a protest, hit somebody, whatever, there are already penalties and laws in place to address that. So this bill is completely unnecessary. Those bills exist. What is the point of this? It's about stiffening penalties for exercising your right to free speech. It's an overbroad bill. It's not specific enough about what a riot means, for example. It's contrary to current criminal justice reform efforts. And it would result in more people who are primarily Black and brown to being incarcerated for longer periods of times with harsher penalties and sentencing. And guess what? That could also affect voting rights because as you all know, if you owe fines and fees as a person who has committed a crime and been convicted and you can't pay them off, you're not going to be able to vote. So this could also create problems for potential voters. And we just don't want to see this. We believe that this is a bad, bad bill all the way around. Let me come back again to the concern around the protesters getting caught up when they've done nothing wrong. There is a modification that was made to this bill that would permit, it would remove the bringing of a weapon that harms anyone at a riot as being automatically a violation of the statute. Bringing a weapon to a riot or providing one to others is prohibited, except those weapons brought for lawful purpose. Now, what does that mean, right? Currently, it's just law enforcement who are able to bring a weapon to any kind of assembly like that and lawful purposes. Now, we certainly know that Florida has a huge number of concealed carry permit holders, and people could be packing without you even knowing it. So we're suspicious of this modification to the bill because it seems to be protecting anti-rioters who may be able to allege, in other words, counter demonstrators who may be able to allege that they're bringing their weapons in self-defense. In other words, this would seem to be a way not to charge anti-demonstrators or counter-protesters or anti-protesters who claim self-defense, or another word for that is affirmative defense. That is a very concerning piece of this bill and is another reason that it should be strongly condemned and not approved. So let me also say that this bill will increase violence, or it could increase violence, against peaceful protesters. Why? Well, it could embolden and encourage the other side. If there are protesters out, and we've seen this happen, right, with groups like the Proud Boys, these white extremist groups, white supremacist groups rather, if protesters are peacefully assembling to stand up and defend their First Amendment rights, along comes these counter protesters who are with these extremist organizations. It may increase violence against the peaceful protesters who would also be held accountable if these extremist organizations start committing acts of violence. It's just outrageous. It makes no sense whatsoever, and we believe is ultimately unconstitutional. So we ask all of our legislators not to vote yes on this bill. Now, where is this bill currently? This bill has passed all of its committees in the House. It is poised to go to the House floor. Now, House Bill 1. Now, we thought it would go to the House floor this week, but thankfully, it has not made its way there. So we have more time to oppose it, to call your legislators, to write your senators, to tell them to vote no on House Bill 1 and its companion bill in the Senate, which is Senate Bill 484. Now, we're hearing that there may be some hold up in the Senate because it's not yet been heard. And of course, you have to have the bill heard in both chambers, right? So it's been heard in all the House committees and passed quickly through. They have shoved this bill through. In the first 2 weeks of session, this bill has been on the move because this is a priority bill of Governor DeSantis. He has stated that this is a priority bill. So they have moved this through quickly. In the meantime, it's currently sitting in the Senate Judiciary Committee. I believe it's the Judiciary Committee. Just let me double check that one more time because I want to give you the absolute correct information. Actually, that's incorrect. It is currently sitting in the Senate Criminal Justice Committee, and Senator Jason Pizzo is the chair of that committee. We would love it if it was not agended because then it could be killed, right? Oftentimes, if a chair wants to kill a bill, he or she cannot agenda it. But what we don't really know is if it's going to be put on the agenda or not. And there's still a month and a half left of session, so a lot could happen. So we have to be ready. We have to be ready to oppose the bill once it hits the House floor. We have to be making sure that we're calling our senators in the Senate, the Florida Senate, and telling them to vote this bill down. Vote Senate Bill 484 down. This bill is a danger to the public. It is a danger to law-abiding citizens who want to raise their voices against policy they do not agree with. All kinds of policies. It could be reproductive rights. It could be natural resources. It could be education. It could be government. It could be civil rights. It doesn't matter the issue. We know that there are protests that go on all the time about many, many issues. So we truly want you, our citizens, to please let your legislators know that you do not want them to vote for this bill. I'm going to take some questions. I have a little bit of time, I believe. Yes. What is the opposite viewpoint on this bill? Is this being explained? Well, the opposite viewpoint is essentially coming out of the Republican Party. And yes, the League of Women Voters of Florida is nonpartisan, but this is a fact. And that this is a push to silence public protest that the GOP does not agree with. I mean, that's essentially what's going on here. From Alfredo, a movement should be created to have Florida secede from the Union. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's necessarily the answer. But I think what the answer is for us to lift our voices as citizens. And our best means of protest is at the ballot box. We must continue to vote for legislators who will represent the best interests of the citizens. So how do you best raise your voice? At election time, it's at the ballot box. That is your best way to lift your voice in protest. In the meantime, we're not discouraging you from peaceful protest. We're saying we now have to be extra careful, because if this bill becomes law, it's going to have a chilling effect. So without all of that being said, I hope I've made it clear about why this is a bad bill. I'm happy to take any other questions about the bill. I'm looking into the chat box. I don't see any others that I have not yet addressed. So I'm a little bit ahead of schedule, but I do want to thank the organizers of this wonderful event for inviting me to speak. It's been terrific. Yes, Ms. Valiz, you want the mic? Go ahead.
For the opportunity of explaining this bill. And thank you to every attendant that has been joining us throughout the day, having this important conversation. I wanted to give a last time for those who wants to make any question for Patricia before we move forward with the rest of the agenda. So we will look into additional comments. You're welcome. Okay, well, it seems that we don't have more questions.
Oh, I see that Maria Chapa wants the microphone.
No, I believe that it's just following up. So we see that we have plenty for giving us light on in this matter. We appreciate that. And now you and I, we're gonna put ourselves in mute because we have a special video to present. And I love this music. I mean, it's impossible being a Boricua, and then with that music, we're just feeling the culture and everything going on. So Patricia, once again, thank you so much for your participation. And now we want to encourage every attendee that is live here and also seeing us through the social platform, Hispanic Federation social media platforms, to join us for the up next panel discussion, and where we are going to talk about the impacts of the COVID-19 on the Puerto Rican and Latino community 1 year since the pandemic reached our state. And in particular, we have two excellent panelists and a special message and remarks from a representative, Guillermo Smith. Please join us on the next panel, which is going to be live in 2 minutes. Go to the main page, click on the next panel, and we will see you there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Martinez Alicea, Director of Government Affairs of the Puerto Rican Chamber of Commerce of Central Florida. And I'll be the moderator of the panel, COVID-19 Impacts on the Puerto Rican Latino Community. The COVID-19 pandemic came into our community unexpectedly and changed the course of our lives. It has been a phenomenon that we did not expect and negatively impacted our residents, families, and businesses. As we mark 1 year since COVID-19 was declared a global pandemic, we reflect on how our community faced this challenge, how governments handle the health crisis, and which areas we need to improve to continue serving our growing Hispanic and Puerto Rican community in a fair, inclusive, and equitable way. Today, we have a panel of experts from the government, philanthropic, and healthcare sectors who will share with us their experiences facing the pandemic, discuss COVID-19 response in the state, and the inequities in the vaccine rollout plan, as well as provide recommendations on how we can work together to eradicate the spread of the virus. Our panelists are State Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith, Frankie Miranda, President and CEO of the Hispanic Federation, and Paul Velez, President of Borinquen Health Centers. Let's begin with our first panelist, Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith, who is not able to join us today due to a previously scheduled commitment, but he sent us a video about the priorities and the community efforts he has participated to help our community during these times of adversity. Let's see Representative Smith video.
Hola, buenos días. Soy Carlos Guillermo Smith, un representante
estatal para el Distrito 49 en el este de Orlando. Eso incluye Waterford Lakes, UCF, Rio Pinar y Union Park. Bienvenidos for Puerto Rico Days en el Capitolio. Disculpa que yo no puedo estar con ustedes, but I am in a legislative committee ahora mismo, so I couldn't be here with you all. Pero I did want to share with you some of my legislative priorities for this session. Ustedes ya saben que uno de mis luchas is to really support the millions of people who have been pushed into poverty due to COVID-19, pero también las empresas pequeñas who have been affected by COVID, making sure that they get the resources that they need. Pero como un miembro de la se llama Pandemics and Public Emergencies, I'm really trying to use my voice on that committee to really be an advocate for la vacuna de COVID-19. You all understand and know that nuestra comunidad has had a lot of difficulty in being able to get access to the COVID-19 vaccine. That's why I've partnered with the State Division of Emergency Management and with Padre Jose Rodriguez in Azalea Park from the Iglesia Episcopal to host a series of events in Azalea Park, which is a Hispanic neighborhood in Orlando that has been very, very hard hit by la pandemia. And so we've hosted events in that church access to the vaccine for vulnerable and underserved populations that may not have otherwise had the opportunity. That started, of course, with a event with 500 vacunas de Moderna last month, and we vaccinated the majority of Hispanic seniors. Really was the population that came in for that event. And also just this past weekend, I was proud to host with Padre Jose 2 pop-up sites in Azalea Park that offered the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Ustedes saben que la vacuna de Johnson & Johnson es una dosis nomás y ya terminaste. So you don't have to come back for a second shot. We were able to give out 250 shots each day, sin cita, without an appointment. And we know that that had a tremendous impact, but it does not address, and it's not the final answer, certainly, on the fact that so many Hispanic and Latino residents of our state have not, still have not had access to the vaccine, and the shots are really not reaching those communities. So my goal in this legislative session is to continue being an advocate for underserved population, fighting to get them access to the vaccine through whatever means. And I will continue to be your luchador for these issues as it relates to making sure that nuestra comunidad is represented. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you today, pero sí tengo mi coqui aquí on my lapel representing Puerto Rico on Puerto Rico Days. So enjoy, bienvenidos.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Representative Carlos Guillermo Smith, for your brief remarks. And now let's continue this discussion with Mr. Frankie Miranda, the President and CEO of the Hispanic Federation. Mr. Miranda, we have seen how the Hispanic Federation have working hard by being at the front and center of many natural disaster relief and community emergencies response. And more specifically, with the leadership of the Florida State Director, Yalitza Velez. The Hispanic Federation has been everywhere, leading conversation, providing services, and developing programs to empower and advance the Latino community in the state of Florida. But Mr. Miranda, I have a question for you. Can you please tell us in detail the initiative that Hispanic Federation has led over the last year to help underserved communities impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. And please tell us what the Hispanic Federation has done on the national scale to address the COVID-19 vaccination and service inequities with the Puerto Rican population.
Well, thank you so much, Luis. It's been a while. We have not seen each other in person in a while. So hopefully we will be able to do that very soon. And thank you for having me giving me the opportunity to talk to all of you about what we have been able to do. For many of you that do not know about the Federation, for 30 years, the Hispanic Federation has centered our work in building capacity and power in Latino and immigrant communities, and in the nonprofits that serve our community. As a response to the challenges presented to us by the coronavirus pandemic, we created the most far-reaching Latino COVID-19 relief fund in the nation. We have been able to invest $16 million in partnering with nearly 300 nonprofit organizations in 30 states and in Puerto Rico to provide care and hope to severely impact families and communities. This is a model that we designed and we were able to put in place very quickly because of our experience in Puerto Rico after Hurricanes Irma and Maria. We also were able to invest in Puerto Rico, and thanks in great part with the great energy and help of the diaspora, Puerto Rican diaspora. We were able also to support organizations in Puerto Rico that were the first responders when the local government collapsed and the federal government was nowhere to be found. We always knew from the very beginning that these nonprofit organizations were going to be the first responders in communities, remote communities all across the island. And that is the same model that we use to make sure that organizations continue to provide services, have the emergency funds to continue to provide services during the pandemic. Our community-based organizations never closed their doors. They will continue to provide rental assistance, cash assistance, food assistance, so much that our community needed in a time of need. And that's how we focus our efforts to provide emergency assistance to these organizations. Also, we recently launched our Vida initiative to provide $1 million to low-income Latinos across the country struggling to find ways to get COVID-19 programs. And these specifically has been a program that we're working with our federally qualified health centers, las clínicas comunitarias. These are the ones that have been in the forefront and continue to provide services to the most vulnerable in our community, but they were able to receive the vaccine, but they have no other resources to do the outreach, to upgrade their spaces or hire vaccinators. And that has been our focus, making sure that those community clinics that are Latino-led, Latino-serving, have those emergency resources to provide better services. But our community has been devastated by COVID-19. The impact of the coronavirus on health, financial security, educational progress of Latino communities has been nothing short of devastating. And the impact is compounded by the way that the challenges that we have in distributing the vaccine and the testing. Latinos are disproportionately represented among the so-called essential workers in occupations with lower wages, non-existent benefits, and no job security. And Latinos are also overrepresented among the unemployed. So many times, essential can also feel like disposable. And also Latinos account for the largest share of the nation's undocumented immigrant population. And our communities are home to 1 million or millions who have spent the last 4 years in constant fear of separation. So for us, it is really, really important to follow the numbers. And we know that very recently, the CDC have reported that race and ethnicity is, of those that have reported, the states that are reported, we know that Latinos are behind the rates of vaccinations. And we need to make sure that we provide the resources and the information. There is so much that has been said about vaccine hesitancy in our community, but I truly believe that what we need is more accurate information and access to resources. I like to say that it is really important to have mega sites, but what Padre Jose and Carlos Guillermo Smith are doing on these pop-up sites in community is really the answer to the needs of our communities. We need to not use a one-size-fits-all to resolve this issue of vaccination and equity. We need to meet the needs. We need to provide information, bilingual information, by ambassadors and people that are culturally sensitive to the needs of our community. And I can tell you that we are going to turn the tide around and make sure that our community gets vaccinated. But for that, aside from accessibility, what we always are advocating is to use fully the community-based organizations. We need to provide resources to our nonprofit organizations so they can actually be those providing the information, the outreach, and ultimately be those sites for the most needed in our community. We're not going to be doing any favors to any community and hard to reach communities if we don't do this multi-pronged approach. And this is the work that the Federation is advocating and doing across the country.
Definitely, Mr. Miranda. We have seen been witness of the remarkable job that Hispanic Federation has done through the years, not just in Central Florida, but in statewide, by providing bilingual and cultural competence services, not just to Puerto Ricans and Hispanic, but also to minority communities that are relocating to our state, our cities, our municipalities to pursue a better life for our families. So thank you for that. Mr. Paul Velez from Borinquen Health Centers. The question is, your organization has provided to the Hispanic Latino community many resources and services, and we would love to learn about what have been the challenges that your clinic has faced when it comes to serve minority communities.
Well, thank you, and please call me Paul. When I hear federally qualified health center, that's what we are.
Mr. Paul Velez, you there?
Yes. Yeah. I'm not on mute. Can you? Let me just make sure.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. When I heard federally qualified health center a short while ago, that's who we are. In Puerto Rico, they're called 330, Programa de 330, porque en inglés they call them PHS, Title 330, Public Health Service. So, Borinquen, we began 49 years ago. As you said, where it comes to the work that we do.
I can't hear Mr. Velez.
Okay. I don't know why. Let me click here.
We hear you, Mr. Velez. Luis, if you want to just exit the room and re-enter while Mr. Velez continues to speak, we should troubleshoot any issues. Thank you.
Okay. If everyone can hear me, give me a thumbs up or go like this. Okay. Thank you. When I heard federally qualified health centers, that's what we are. That's what we do. And we've been doing this for 49 years. We're the oldest Puerto Rican founded organization in the Southeast United States, outside of Puerto Rico and also New York. But we began in what was primarily a Puerto Rican neighborhood called Wynwood. Obviously now Wynwood still has traces of Puerto Rican achievements, but our population is very diverse. 30 to 40 patients and clients are Haitian Americans. We have people from all over Latin America. We even have people from the Middle East, folks needing our help. Why? Because we have to deal with folks that are uninsured, underinsured, although we accept most insurances, but the challenges are such where getting people to understand correct factual information. There's a lot of misinformation going on in the Latino communities, and we're talking about folks that are highly educated all the way to people that simply, may not even have a high school education. Why do I say that? Because there's a lot of misinformation. As I can share with you, Borinquen, we're part of the federal rollout that began last week. We're one of 15 federally qualified health centers in Florida to begin the rollout. We have Moderna, and we have Johnson & Johnson, which is also known as Janssen. We had an event yesterday where we had Federica Wilson, who is our congresswoman that represents our district, We had the president of the NAACP, and we wanted to reach out and target children as well as their parents. So the challenges right now is we got to go beyond 10%, 20%. We need to continue to do things, as I had written in an article the other day. We need to have public service announcements in English, in Spanish, in Creole, because that's not happening. We don't see those things happening on CNN and other leading whether it's CNN, Fox, whatever. We need to see companies to invest in public service announcements because people are scared. I can tell you, I'm fully vaccinated. I have over 150 of our staff out of 350 that are fully vaccinated. But again, Borinquen is continuing to do the work that we need to do best in the communities. And again, I would like to conclude that on NBC.com, there was an article that I contributed and it was quoted. It says, hard hit by COVID-19, Latinos bear mental health burden 8 months into the pandemic. It said 8 months because it was November 20th, but we still have to deal with anguish, anxiety, suicides that are significantly higher in the Latino community. So our quest is to continue to educate the populace and be able to reach out and to help everyone who wants a vaccine. We operate differently because we're not a state-operated agency. We're a 501c3, and we're very proud of the fact that Borinquen is continuing to be able to, as I said earlier, to do the great work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. You just mentioned that language play a critical role for any minority communities that are establishing in the state or any state in the United States. And I would like to ask to Frankie, from your point of view, what's the role language access plays in our community to ensure immigrant populations receive accurate information about the constant changes in eligibility to residents to get vaccinated?
Luis, I think that is extremely important, and I echo everything that Paul have mentioned, because it is critically important that we have this conversation with our community in a very not only in Spanish or in properly on the or language access. I'm also talking about who are those right ambassadors, who are those trusted partners in community. Community fairly qualified health clinic like Paul's, or other nonprofit organizations that have provided services on a constant basis, bicultural, bilingual services. Those are the real on our communities for a long time. We know that people are distrustful of government. People have been feeling that if they access a place that is staffed by the National Guard or people in uniform, they're going to feel that they're going to affect their status. They could start if they're undocumented, or those mixed status homes are also going to be fearful to try to access any government services because of the threat that public charge was going to be used against them. There has been confusion about the census rollout. There has been confusion about the transparency of the elections. And there has been a lot of narrative that has been affecting our community. And at the end of the day, I feel that, as Paul mentioned, when you enroll and provide the right resources of not only the vaccine, but the resources to those that are in community that are aware of these concerns, and we will be able to have a more effective dialogue. If you add a coalition of organizations, of like all the organizations partnering here today, these are the people that can make a difference. But we need to be coordinated, and also government needs to tap into these great resource of the community-based organizations and the clinics in order to be able to change the trend. Less than 9% of Latinos have been vaccinated in the latest figures from the CDC across the country. this cannot continue to be like that, but we need to recruit those that can actually do the messaging, and also avoid that this vacuum of culturally sensitive information is taken by advantage by people that wants to commit fraud in our community, that wants to target our community. And we also, unfortunately, have seen unscrupulous people that have been targeting our seniors and many people that are desperate to get the vaccine.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Paul, we live in a diverse community with residents from different cultural backgrounds, ethnicities, beliefs, walks of life, and a large LGBTQ plus community. What are the next steps in combating the health and economic disparities in our communities? And how nonprofit organizations can leverage their collective power in addressing these issues?
Borinquen is a 501c3 registered with sunbiz.org. The role of nonprofits is significant. We haven't tapped really the 90%, the impact that we have. I'm very impressed and very proud that the Hispanic Federation has been doing an outstanding job for a number of years. And now we're getting the attention across the country, including Puerto Rico and also countries outside of America, and that's very important. The problem is that nonprofits are having to deal with the challenges of being able to reapply for their grant funding. There's a lot of challenges where it comes to having to have various grants. Our base grant is from HRSA, from the Bureau of Primary Care. But then you have other, in total, we have like maybe over 30 grants. But in order for us to be able to deal with these challenges, we need to have the state, the federal government working together in harmony. And I know that right now we're on that path, but we still need to be able to put aside partisan politics. We got to work the aisles. We got to be able to work as one. Eso es lo más importante, because you see, our logo for 49 years has been La Salud del Pueblo es la máxima ley. And in English, it means the health of one's nation is the ultimate law. So again, in order for us to be able to deal with these challenges, we need to be able to work together as one, work where we're not enemies with each other. Why? Because for the past 4 years, it has been very, very confusing, not only for our country, but around the world, including Puerto Rico, having to deal with the myriad of changes that are happening where it comes to funding, where it comes to the programs, especially in Puerto Rico, because the funding in Puerto Rico is like block grants. They don't get the fair share of reimbursement rates in Medicaid and Medicare, and that's really unfortunate. And I think that we need to be able, again, to come together and to urge, both of the party aisles in Congress and the Senate to work together to be able to provide a strategic plan for Puerto Rico. That is significant, and it hasn't happened. We need to see these significant changes, because yo soy Boricua 1,000%, and I want to make sure that we can be able to overcome all these missteps that have happened over the years regarding Puerto Rico. Oh, now I can't.
Any comments, Frankie?
I think that Paul is, we are like in sync here, because it is important that we continue to work together. And there has been conversation about the issues of distribution and accessibility, that there's not enough vaccines. I think that right now is the time to invest in all of these resources and to really investing in community-based organizations and the community health clinics. So when the vaccine amount of vaccine is no longer an issue, that we are ready to take in all of the people that would like to take the vaccine hopefully, as the president had mentioned, by May 1, that is going to be all the restrictions. Whoever wants to get a vaccine can get a vaccine by May 1. But in the meantime, there's a lot of work that we need to do, and we need to start building now. And I also am looking at some of the comments in the comment section, and it's like absolutely true. We need to really acknowledge the disparities that have been affecting our community. I'm talking about health disparities, economic disparities, disparities in education, in housing. we need to acknowledge them in order for us to recover better. We cannot just recover and go back to what it used to be. I like to use this image that all Puerto Ricans can understand. When Hurricane Maria passed through Puerto Rico, the luscious green of the island was taken away. It was incredible to see how all the trees were like, all the leaves were gone, all the green was gone. And then suddenly people were so shocked to see the extreme poverty that existed in Puerto Rico. And people were saying like, where is this coming from? It was always there, but it was covered by the luscious green of our tropical paradise. That's what COVID-19 did in our community. It pulled away the curtain and forced everybody to look straight in the eye, all of the challenges that we had in our community. But in order to be able to recover better, we need to join forces. We need to have these dialogues. We need to organize, we need to advocate, and we need to talk to our elected officials. So make sure that we have better coordination and our community understand that they can recover better.
Thank you, Frankie. Well, thank you all the panelists for sharing with our audience this important information. We are hopeful for an optimistic future in which we can normally resume our lives, but with a new awareness that values life as the most precious thing that we have, and the importance of maintaining optimal health. Likewise, the pandemic has taught us that having emergency health measures is critical when healthcare crises arise. And last but not least, never forget about our marginalized and minority communities that are the most affected communities during pandemics and difficult times. In this way, we can
And it seems that come back. There you go.
That is it.
Thank you, Luis. And thank you to every panelist that have joined us today for this relevant conversation that is affecting right now our community, not only the Puerto Rican, but everyone who lives in this world and is facing the challenges of this pandemic. Thank you for your expertise and thank you for leading this conversation. And we see the chat on fire. We see the comments. Thank you so much for everyone who is attending with us throughout the day. And we have 2 more segments that are very crucial to the end of this program. For that, we encourage you to follow us on the social media platform of Hispanic Federation. You will be able to see all the representatives and legislator messages. They are there uploaded for you to review. But before, you have to go to the main page and then click on the next panel. And for the next panel, we have Melissa Marantes. She's an attorney, the executive director, and co-founder of the Orlando Center for Justice. She will join us and we'll discuss legislative bills regarding the immigration that have been filled this session and why the Puerto Rican community needs to pay close attention to the impact they have on all communities. That is next. How immigrants' bills affect our community. We hope you enjoy.
our immigrant family, neighbors, and friends, focusing more on the immigrant lens. So one of the questions is, why immigration? If we're talking about Puerto Rican Day at the Capitol. Well, let's look at some of the numbers. I think it'll give us a clue as to why it affects us as well. So in Florida, we have 2.1 million essential workers. 1 in 3 of the immigrants are immigrants. Immigration-led households contribute to $23.2 billion in federal taxes and $8.5 billion in state and local taxes. So our friends and neighbors, our community, immigrant community is around us. Latinos and Black communities have been disproportionately impacted by the coronavirus, what's been going on, and we have a lot of mixed status families. So we have families that both include our Puerto Rican community and our immigrant community. So for all these reasons, we wanted to share these bills and how they affect our immigrant communities and how they would affect each one of us. So the first bill is HB 1415, and it's Senate Bill 1848. So we're talking about driver's license and ID cards. So what does it do? It simplifies the process for immigrant driver's licenses so they can receive those driver's licenses. It has the potential to make the economy stronger with $68 million in revenue. It would make everyone safer and reduce the possibility of unlicensed drivers, right, or uninsured drivers. So that could be a secondary benefit. And it removes the burden of specific immigration documents when processes are delayed. So right now, with everything that's been going on with coronavirus, there are court closures, office closures, a lot of things have been happening over the past year. And so obtaining certain documents can be very burdensome, especially when things are closed or not available. And so this would be a benefit to be able to move forward, especially in a time like this, as well as just this extra burden on our community. It also removes the requirement for specific disclosure to DHS or DOJ, that's the Department of Homeland Security or the Department of Justice. So basically our driver's license office can do what they need to do and not have additional reporting requirements. Kind of makes easier on them as well. All right, our next bill on the list is HB 6089 and Senate Bill 1706, Senate Bill 168. So we're looking at separating state from federal enforcement in this bill. So we're repealing something called Chapter 908, which forces the state employees to report information to ICE. And so you ask, well, what does that mean to all of us? Well, no reporting means that any mixed status households, that means people that have both Puerto Rican community members and immigrants in the community, they're more likely to report what they see. So an example I can give you is, let's say something happens at someone's house. Let's say there's a robbery or something goes wrong, or there's witnesses to a crime. And if people are scared and they're scared to share information or report to the police, you could have been the victim as La Comunidad Puertorriqueña. But the other people who may be able to help and have information in our immigrant community or others around may be more reluctant, more scared to share because there may be someone in their household that maybe isn't documented, there's an immigrant is afraid of what that might mean. So you get more openness between the community being more likely to report, and by default, then it has the potential to reduce crimes. So it would not require the information to be shared, and it just allows the state to do what they need to do, the employees to do what they need to do, and not have to worry about this other reporting, which is more of a federal issue. All right. If we look at House Bill 7 and Senate Bill 72, we're looking at COVID liability bill. Now, this might have been discussed earlier in another session, but just looking at from an immigrant lens. So liability protection from COVID claims if the businesses make a good faith effort to comply. So somebody is harmed due to COVID, but because the business they work for tried to comply with the health standards, they wouldn't have to have liability. So what the bill does, it puts a lot of the onus on the worker. So the person who was harmed would have to get even a physician statement that the source of their harm was COVID. And you can imagine for a doctor's office that must be difficult. And when a source could have various reasons why it's happening. We've seen that even in reporting of how many people have had COVID. So how this can affect all of us is that, some of you are business owners, plenty of you are out there working in service industry where you're exposed, and so this would limit that liability. So that's how the bill works. The next one, let's look at HB 6013, right? So this is what we we call E-Verify. So right now, today, you can use E-Verify system if you'd like, or you can use the standard I-9 form when you employ employees. This bill would require businesses to use E-Verify instead of the I-9 form. So it would be the only option. The issue with E-Verify is not so much as a resource, it's more that as a database, it has errors. And those can result in ineligible workers receiving error messages that they can't be employed. So imagine you find this wonderful candidate on paper, you're looking at all their documents, it looks like they're fine. Normally you could do it with just an I-9 form and the required documents. And now there's an additional burden that this error message is coming back. Well, the employee, and you only have 8 days to resolve that. And when you're trying to fill positions and you're trying to keep business going, especially after a time like this with COVID, it can be very difficult and burdensome on the employers. And the employer has to either fire workers or risk liability. So this is what the E-Verify bill is about. Some other things that we've noticed is that it would provide penalties and loss of licenses for non-compliance for businesses. So what does that mean? You have a contract and you're contracted to, to do business under a certain contract, and because you didn't comply, so now you have penalties to pay for a system that you don't have control over. It adds also additional regulation to businesses during a pandemic. I mean, businesses are taxed enough right now, is stressed with everything that's been going on. And so adding to that in a pandemic can be a very difficult situation. So we want to definitely make sure people can stay employed, have access to jobs. And a lot of people say, well, how does that affect me and being Puerto Rican? Well, it'll affect any of us. Whatever errors are in the system, immigrant or not, though that can be reflective on just the error in the database. And so that's where the issues come in. All right, what about HB 923 or Senate Bill 300? So education equality. So this one discusses help for dreamers and undocumented students. And there's 2 bills that are kind of similar, that do 2 different things. So for state financial aid awards, a student may not be denied residency classification because of their immigration status, right? So for the immigrant community, this could be a great positive. Many of them have grown up here, especially our dreamers. And so the effect could be that Bright Futures in itself becomes a truly merit-based function. So you have the merit, you're eligible, versus adding any other eligibility or ineligibility for residency or immigration status. And it could encourage better academic performance for all students across the board, because if everyone is just looking at merit, then there's a onus to want to be able to meet the requirements, no matter what your status is. So that's this bill. In effect, there's also HB 6037 and Senate Bill 1956. So this would, again, affect students and families. So this instead deletes parts of the waivers for out-of-state students. This one will require out-of-state tuition for undocumented students and would also impact DACA recipients. So the effect is that there's an impact on skill attainment. We want people to be able to attain new skills. We want graduates to be able to move forward and contribute to our economy. You know how much different trades give back and create growth opportunities and starting new businesses. Immigrants are known for starting new businesses. And so that's a great resource there. And this would impact future economic development. Being able to have the more options of doing that would limit those who qualify. So that's a look at the 2 bills, just the different effects as a result. Those are the bills and how they affect immigrants in our community. Again, just talking, brief overview on what we see is the immigrant impact and how it would affect the Puerto Rican community and how it affects you. So we did want to share that as part of this session and leave some time for any questions and answers. So I'll go ahead and stop here and leave some room for any comments and questions. One last thought before we get started. So I know that we're looking at this as a state issue because these are all the bills that are state level, and today's about Tallahassee and Puerto Rican Day at the Capitol. But I just want to leave you with a mention that although this is a state focus today, immigration is a federal issue too. And so we hope that both Scott and Rubio would take a look at standing with our community. We have our Venezuelan TPS holders, we have our dreamers, right? And these are our Florida neighbors. And so there are many bills that are coming at the federal level. And so we just want to encourage to take a look at supporting our community here in Florida, who would also be able to just really benefit from those opportunities. So we'll leave some time in case anyone has questions or comments. You can put a comment in the box. All right, we have one comment from Maria Rodriguez. Thank you. Agree. We need Rubio and Scott to help bring relief to Florida families. That's Maria Rodriguez from Florida Immigrant Coalition. Thank you for Maria for joining us. Additionally, we depend on the farm workers to eat, and it's not fair to want their labor and not their full selves. Maria, thank you so much. Yes, it's a comment in the box. This has detrimental impact on Nuestra Boricua in Florida because of all of the errors in the databases. We're talking about the E-Verify from a comment from the box, especially if you have a common name shared with many people. That's very true. So when you have a last name, good example, Maria, last name Rodriguez, right? My maiden name is Lopez. So common names, they tend to get misunderstood. I can tell you from experience, Melissa Lopez in itself, my maiden name, there are 3 in the state of Florida. And so I've had issues with other systems, and so I have that experience when it comes to common names. So I totally can relate. Another note: driver's license for immigrants makes sense from an economic and safety sense. Uninsured motorist burdens fall and productivity rises. Yes, I mean a lot of people would love to be able to insure their vehicles, and imagine if that burden was less, if we had more insured drivers, right? It could only be a positive for all of us in the community. Thank you all for joining. I know this was a shorter session to go over the bills, but it was, again, just a brief outlook on how the bills affect our immigrant community. I'm going to pass the mic for a moment to Yanitzi. Just a moment. Hi, Yanitzi.
Hola, Melissa. Thank you so much, Melissa, for this presentation. I think that is so important for the Puerto Rican community to be more involved with everything that eats around immigration topics and legislation, and just be aware of it. So thank you so much. And thank you also for our interpreter for sign language. They have been the whole day providing this service free of charge to include everyone as part of this conversations. Also, we have the attendee. We are almost at the end of the program. So I will ask you to join us in the closing and social gathering. We have some surprises for you all. I know that you will love it. This platform provides a very interactive mode for you to connect with others as if you were in Tallahassee physically. So let's try that feature, and also let's connect with others. In addition to that, we're going to provide the videos and the messages from the legislators and representatives that have been supporting this event since the conception of it. Thank you so much, Melissa. Once again, I don't see any other comment other than good stuff, but I don't see any other question pending. Okay, so with that, once again, thank you. I hope that you enjoy us to the last portion of this program. And for that, we have some videos to show. Thank you. Melissa, you can put your
in hopes of finding a fresh start. And by doing so, they have also been enriching Florida's cultural, political, and economic landscape. Let's see how some contribute to the growth and strength of the Sunshine State.
I'm providing culturally competent care because it matters and saves lives.
I'm running a business and creating jobs every day.
I'm educating the next generation in our.
I'm feeding America in a time of crisis.
I am helping my employer with my expertise and bilingual skills.
I'm helping those in need rebuild their lives and reach their full potential.
I'm keeping our traditions alive.
I'm voting as soon as I can for candidates that care about my concerns and needs as a U.S. citizen. And hey, I might even run for office someday.
Let it be known, the Puerto Rican community in Florida is actively participating in every aspect of society. Today, legislators, community leaders, and over a dozen organizations have come together for the annual Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee to engage, advocate, and be the united voice of the 1.1 million Puerto Ricans that call Florida home. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day 2021. Bienvenidos.
Welcome and bienvenidos a toda mi familia Boricua. It's so exciting to be able to welcome you to another Puerto Rico Day. I remember my first one, 2007. It's a tradition that started under Representative Suarez and Representative Quinones, two of my predecessors in the state legislature. And it was all about highlighting the over 1 million Puerto Ricans that live in the Sunshine State, our contributions to both policy and business, to culture and music, and all the amazing parts of our heritage in both Puerto Rico and we Florida Ricans here in Florida. So hope you all have an exciting and meaningful time to be able to enjoy and also be able to talk about policy facing Puerto Rican families across the state of Florida, whether it's COVID-19 or education, whether it's small businesses or access to healthcare, helping out kids with ESOL and so many other issues that we face. But together, I know we'll continue to be able to resolve the next generation of issues that Puerto Rican families face across the state. So felicitaciones, congratulations in advance for the great work you're about to do in Puerto Rico Day 2021. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Chief Financial Officer Jimmy Petronas. I'm honored to join you virtually today to celebrate Puerto Rican Day. I would like to thank the Hispanic Federation and Puerto Rican Day Task Force Committee Chair Yanisi Valdez, Co-Chair Senator Victor Torres, Honorary Co-Chair Anthony Suarez, and members of the committee for having me here to celebrate this important day in Florida. For generations, Hispanic Americans have influenced and enriched our state with a vibrant culture, rich history, and remarkable innovations. We're extremely fortunate such a diverse community of Hispanic families, leaders, businesses that have shaped the state and made it the best place in the world to live and work. During Puerto Rican Day, I wish to recognize all the contributions Hispanic Americans have made to our great state, our nation, to make it a better place, including those on the front lines of COVID-19's pandemic. I wish you a very meaningful and successful Puerto Rican Day right here in Tallahassee.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Puerto Rico Day at the Capitol. Bienvenido. I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank all the people who made it possible with the organizations. We Puerto Ricans are one of the largest minorities in the state of Florida. I have the privilege to represent the largest population of Puerto Ricans in Florida for the past 9 years. Even though this event is different because it's virtual, the essence is still the same. Getting together to learn, to have open conversations, and to advocate for ourselves. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you learn a lot, and that we take this momentum to make changes. No se olviden, ponse la máscara cuando están afuera y tengan la vacuna para protegerse a ustedes y su familia. Y no se olviden, yo
Y yo también soy boricua, and many of you have joined us today. We are so delighted to have you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And throughout the day, we have learned so many issues that are impact our community and how to better connect with our legislators and representatives and really speak out and being able to be more civic engaged and more civic minded. So with that said, we wanted to honor the committee of the Puerto Rico Day in Tallahassee, who has been working hand to hand with the Hispanic Federation to host this virtual event free of charge and with simultaneous interpretation throughout the whole day. So thank you so much to the committee. Also, we want to thank you, the sponsors, who have been leading efforts in communications and promoting these events through the last 3 weeks. And with that, I want you to congratulate them. So you can say hi, you can post comments, and you can wave, because really this has been a collaborative effort. In addition to that, I want to mention that we have the opportunity for you to meet with others. And Frederick, in a minute, will be able to pair you with other attendees, and you will have the opportunity to present yourself, to introduce yourself, and hopefully to connect with people that you have never met before. Normally, we go to Tallahassee, we go in a bus, and we plan ahead to stay there 2 or 3 days. And of course, part of that is meeting new people and making new connections. But here, through this virtual platform, we really wanted to encourage you to do the same. We are taking advantage of all the technology that is our hands. So please join us for this. In addition, if you have any comments or any questions, feel free to post them here. We can follow up with them. Also, we ask you to follow up in Hispanic Federation website and Hispanic Federation platform. We have in the state of Florida virtual cafecitos the third Thursday of every month. We host conversations with the community to really engage, and not only engage, but to educate and inform on those matters that meets the needs and the intentions to educate the community. So please join us. In addition to that, thank you so much to every panelist who prepared themselves and put the script together and connect with the other guests to make sure that we have a great panel discussion for each one of you. With that said, Frederick, we can start the social gathering, and please join us on the other videos. Thank you so much to the DJ Max for that Latin sound mix, and we hope that you enjoy it. Thank you. Yanitzi Vélez para servirle.